Cross that this all works. Okay. Here we go. So we got a super exciting stream. I'm going to go test and make sure we're live on all platforms. But in the meantime, what we're going to do is start researching what we had as the title here. So the title of this video, I actually don't know this news. So we're going to get the AI on it while I test the stream. All right, awesome. We just went live. Let's look into and research this news with TinyFish. What's going on here? Who gave them capital? How much did they raise? How long have they been around? What's their traction? Let's dive into this. All right, we got Twitch working. And also, I know that I'm going to be checking these different platforms. We got the news pulled up here. We also got some new merch, some My Worker merch that I'm wearing. Honestly, super comfortable merch. All right, we're live on YouTube. Honestly, those are the main two. Last one we'll check is X, but I think we're sticking with the stream. So if you're here, we're doing this. Okay. All right, we can get into it. All right, let's look at TinyFish. What's going on here? I actually hadn't heard of these guys until today. This is one of the big benefits that you get raising $47 million. You know, it doesn't sound like that impressive. No, it's very impressive, but not as impressive as, you know, OpenAI and some of these others that raise a lot more than this. But 47 mil is a lot. So got to give TinyFish some credit here. It's a tiny fish in a big pond, okay? And TinyFish just raised 47 million. Okay, Iconic Capital. I feel like Iconic is getting into deals. Been seeing their name thrown around quite a bit. Okay. So they're the lead. Okay. They've got about 3 to 4 years of financial buffer. It's pretty good for a startup. I guess this is their Series A. Yeah, $47 million Series A. Wow. TinyFish, founded in early 2024. Who is on this team here? All right, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. TinyFish, enterprise web agents. I feel like this is an idea that you're hearing quite a bit. I don't want to share too many details, but I know that people are looking into this. So let's see. They have bots simulating human browsing designed to carry out complex tasks like price monitoring, inventory tracking, and market intelligence. All right, so this is one of the big questions that always going to ask. I'm sure that Iconic Capital asked them this question. But who is your target customer? Who's your ICP? What's that ideal customer profile? But what are their actual pain points and problems that you're solving for them? Like, why are they buying your thing? You can be like, buy my thing, but why are they going to buy your thing? And are they currently buying any other things to solve that? That's a big question. So it seems like these guys have niched down, whereas you see a lot of people doing browser agents of some sorts. These guys tried to niche down into price monitoring, inventory tracking, and market intelligence. So uh, it's good for them. Very cool. Okay. Very, very interesting. I hope that the stream quality is good. I just got an alert saying that we might be experiencing a couple of frames dropping, but that's okay. You know, nobody needs perfect frames on a live stream. Okay, so we've learned a little bit about TinyFish. We have an action pack. We're going to dive back into TinyFish, but I just want to show you guys a little bit of what we got going on today. This is a massive day. When we say massive, we mean massive. All right, this is the schedule. We're a little behind schedule, if I'm being honest here. Uh, oh, positioning this on both screens. So you might be thinking, Will, what are we doing today? You have such a disorganized stream. You know, this has been brought to my attention that maybe we haven't been the most organized. And last minute today, after customer call from my worker, very happy customer, by the way. You guys will see a little bit of the shorts from it later on, a little bit of the reels. We decided to put together a plan. So we are currently at the 35-minute mark. So we are going to have to blow through some of the early stages very quickly. We're at the 35-minute mark. But what are we doing today? Well, we are building a pitch deck. Okay, we are crafting the story for my worker AI, and then we are going to dive into the data room. We're going to get investor ready. I'm not sure if you guys are joining on YouTube, then you saw the phenomenal thumbnail. I'll bring up the thumbnail here just because I feel like we all need to. If we dialed in from somewhere else, we might need to have a quick look at this. This is what we do here. We generate quality thumbnails off the bat. It's actually really cool how you could just generate this in a minute. But yeah, that is what we're doing today. So I'm going to run through it really quickly, give you guys a quick high level of how I'm thinking about it. You know, we might have to roll with the punches a little bit. You know, things might not come together perfectly. To be completely honest, making decks is kind of the bane of my existence. I really don't like making decks, but it has to be done. So we're going to do that today, and you'll at least see how I go about it. I've made quite a few decks, but it's never a straightforward process, and it's always easier to just, you know, actually run it by with people. But we're just going to get it out there. As you've seen with the stream and with a lot of things we do, we just do, and then we figure it out. So that is what we're doing today. The one thing here where this schedule is a little off is we do have a customer call at 11. So this entire schedule might get pushed back a little bit. But our goal, let's talk about some goals here. And also if you're seeing, I guess you're not seeing the clock on here. Anyway, this is all in Pacific time. So ideally, we can finish the deck in a couple of hours by 3 p.m. That would be awesome if we could finish this deck by 3 p.m. We're going to, of course, be using AI the entire time. And then afterwards, we are actually going to dive into the data room aspect. So this is an aspect that is almost like a black box with people. And I'm telling you, in my last startup, there's an investor, good investor, that was going to come on board, and I didn't know how to do the data room, and I just didn't have all of the stuff that they needed, and I think it came off as very unprofessional. So the data room is a very important section to get right, and we're gonna hit the data room later. So finish the news, build a pitch deck, run through. There are a lot of cool educational videos. So, you know, hopefully they don't see this, but they might see it. we are part of the Pegasus Accelerator, a top LA-based accelerator. If you guys have heard of YC, it's kind of like that, except way cooler, and not as many people, way more hands-on, I would say. But anyway, I digress. There's a lot of educational content, videos, things like that, and they're going to explain this stuff way better than I can. So you guys are going to have some guest appearances coming later in the show. So buckle up because we've got quite the show ahead of us. And if you like the My Worker merch, this is My Worker merch, uh, just because people have been asking me that. So, all right, here we go. Let's finish the news and then we'll dive into it. Final piece of news here. Not that. All right. Let's learn a little bit more about TinyFish. I am very curious. Let's see what they're up to. Okay, use cases and clients. They're focused on retail, travel, hospitality, and e-commerce. Okay, they're niching down. That's what you got to do. All right, use cases and clients. Ooh, is Google a client? Aggregates inventory from thousands of small hotels in Japan, making them searchable on Google Travel, even though those hotels didn't have modern booking infrastructure. Okay, very cool. So the Japanese, we got to find these Japanese places, put them on Google Travel. It's one use case. All right, DoorDash, rideshare, captures millions of dynamic fare data points. It's kind of throws me off when I say it because fare, like fare data points, like the rides, captures millions of dynamic ride data points each month to support real-time pricing adjustments. Okay, that seems like a viable business case. If you're at DoorDash, you can see the economic case. Okay, and then finally, major retail brands tracks competitor pricing, promotions, and stock across many retail websites at once. Okay. All right, so realistically, I think that this is actually a great idea. They've got their focus, they're differentiated enough from the perplexities of the world and the open AIs. Very compelling case. I can see why they were able to raise money. All right. Proof is in the production. Why are investors buying it? Let's see why they're buying it. They highlighted it isn't just a concept, it's already in production with top tier clients who could have built this in house. It's a good point. I forgot to record this. All right, now we're recording. That's a great point. They've got some traction basically. They didn't give a dollar value, but they got some traction. Category creation, TinyFish. That is such a silly name. But maybe that's actually what they meant when they said created a TinyFish. They meant to be a tiny fish in a big pond. The big fish, OpenAI, Perplexity, but these guys are the tiny fish. It's a big pond, but they're the tiny fish in that big pond. I wonder if that's what they were thinking. It positions itself as more than automation. It claims to be building a new class of enterprise infrastructure. I mean, they always got to say something like that. Creating something big, a new class of enterprise infrastructure. Let's see what their new class is. Adaptable, reliable, outcome-driven web agents. Okay, well, they're just claiming that. So if you thought that you were in that category, TinyFish is claiming it. They claim to be building that. All right, and finally, guys, I want to get to this deck. I'm itching to get to it, but we got to dive into this final piece here. So 25 people. These 25 people better be working hard, okay? They just raised $47 million. I'm not sure how much these people are getting paid, but they better be working hard. All right, core offering. AI-driven web agents for scalable, compliant workflow automation. I gotta call my buddies up about this, actually, because they are exploring a similar type of idea. Okay. I keep getting these alerts that frames are dropping. I hope that you guys are able to see me. It might be because I'm doing so much on this PC at once. I'm gonna start closing some. Sorry guys. I just want to make sure that if you're viewing that you're getting a top quality experience here. Boost the performance. Start closing some tabs out. Okay. Okay, we're back. All right. Final words on TinyFish, and then we're moving on. Speak now if you've got a TinyFish question, because speak now or forever hold your peace, because the TinyFish discussion is blowing by. Okay? It's blowing by. No more TinyFish after this. Okay. The narrative. Let's see what narrative sold these investors. TinyFish is not just automating. I'm going to pretend like I'm a TinyFish team member. It's not just automating. It's rethinking how enterprises turn the web into real-time actionable systems. And they've already proved it with giants like Google and DoorDash. The competitive angle, you might be asking. Position TinyFish against bigger fish, broader agent frenzy, adept inflection AI, but underscore how TinyFish stacks up with enterprise reliability. All right, now relevance to our venture. Let's see about our venture. Enough of these other ventures. If you're building an AI-driven sales agent, TinyFish's model is a real-world signal about enterprise demand for intelligent, scalable automation, highly relevant to our aspirations. Okay, so maybe this does help in what we're going to be doing. All right, want to bank this into your narrative DNA segment or pitch deck as an example of category creation and early traction? Nah, I'm good. Let's just dive into the stream. We're gonna dive in right now. Okay. Let's get back to, oh, that's the, okay. So I'm actually just gonna get this going. So we're gonna put this, as you guys can see, I'm just gonna wrap my head around the schedule here. And I'm also gonna set an alarm so I don't miss this customer call. So we're setting that right now, because we show up for our customers. All right. Okay. First things first, we actually already have a pitch deck. So I'm going to get that ready. Or you know what? I'm almost wondering, do you guys want to see me build a pitch deck fresh? Like nothing, no pitch deck to pitch deck. Gotta get the juices flowing here. It's been a while. I would say too long since I've gone fresh and dove into a new pitch deck creation exercise. So, got to get warmed up here. Okay. They always say before you dive in, you need to be fresh. You need to be limber. Okay. We're just gonna do a fresh deck. So, and honestly, I think we can just do it. You can just do it in here. So I'm gonna say, all right, we are actually live on stream right now, and we are going to try and stick to this schedule, get this pitch deck created fresh. So, yeah, let's dive in here and work together on putting that together for my worker. All right, so just to put this into perspective, everything we're building a pitch deck from scratch. I almost wish that there's a timer here so we could, we're going to take down the time. Okay. That way we know how long it took. So right now it is 9:50 a.m. So we have got an hour and 10 minutes, to try and get this pitch deck created before this customer call. Okay. So here's how I'm thinking about this. I want to give it a little bit of context before we start just diving in to all this stuff. So let's do this. We're going to go thinking mode. Okay. I'm going to say, actually, we're going to go auto first and then we'll go thinking after. All right. I like the thinking on how we're going to get this done. What do you think would be the best next steps for us to take? If you'd like, I'd be happy to answer any questions or just talk stream of consciousness about my worker, things like that. I know that at the end of the day, to raise capital, you need a great story. You need to you need to show them and take them into that world that is the world that's better with your thing, and show them where things are going. Everything else, there's quite a bit here. So with all of that in mind, we also want to go big, show the huge potential. And I've got a lot of ideas on this, but want to first get your thoughts on what the best way to approach this is, and then we will build out the deck. Okay. So ChatGPT agrees. They found the story about the future. So we got to anchor the narrative. Okay. Problem, pain point, investors feeling in their gut. Okay. Big market, big enemy, big movement. Category creation. Yeah, this is kind of why we've gone with the AI sales team as a service. It's a brand new category. My worker, we're the only one putting that out there right now because that's what we're doing. Okay. Start now, stream of consciousness, vision. Okay. Yeah. I will just start talking about things. All right, we'll go stream of consciousness. So, a little bit about the problem. I think that this actually ties perfectly into the vision. If you look at the world today, uh, it's fundamentally different than a world pre AI. If you looked at some of the biggest technology inventions of all time, like the internet, for example, or the printing press, let's start with the internet. In a world with the internet, you can build fundamentally different and better businesses than without the internet. Let's say I said, look, I'm going to give you unlimited money. I'm going to give you billions of dollars. Go build Amazon. Go build Facebook. But you don't have the internet. It's literally impossible for you to build those businesses. And I think that this isn't a new internet. It's something far more powerful that is going to fundamentally change the way that you can build businesses, how work can get done. It's the biggest technological shift by far in human history. And I believe it's just getting started. So if we're talking about hot takes here, and I think that this should be a core part of our story potentially, if you think so, I think a lot of people are not bullish enough on AI. I think that they're building for a world today, but today's the worst that the technology is ever going to be. And based on my background and understanding data centers and how much compute affects these base models, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, although I think that you're going to see faster progress. But the slope of how powerful this technology is going to be is truly unbelievable, like far surpassing the collective intelligence of humanity. And so, with that in mind, the big question becomes, how do you build the better company that is going to not only create the category for these investors, but actually improve society at large and truly understand the future of work? Like, what role are different segments are going to play in a global workforce in the future of work? And so, taking that into my worker, category creation, all of that, I think that where a lot of other people, they're looking at trying to ship another AI feature. We would never only think about shipping another AI feature. We want to build a product where a rising tide lifts all ships, where every time OpenAI ships an improvement, our product gets fundamentally way stronger. Every single time one of these APIs that leverage AI ships a new update, our product gets fundamentally way stronger. And position ourselves as that AI sales team as a service to help founders or anyone who's trying to bring their vision into reality actually make it happen. And I believe that we're creating one of the biggest potential future industries in the world, even if you just look at starting with founders. I mean, we're starting with founders in the $1 to $10 million ARR range. These founders have a very common problem, very big problem. You could have a great product and customers that want to buy it, but when you're in this stage of 1 to 10 million ARR, you don't have millions of dollars laying around to go and be able to hire a whole sales team to get your product to the people who need it. And you also don't have the time, energy, know-how to go and learn 5 different sales tools, piece together a process. Like, you're missing out on millions of dollars in revenue trying to go down that path. So we're building, in a world without my worker, you're stuck with one of these two very bad options. In a world with my worker, you it's just way better. You have the ability as a small team to build a great, sustainable, scalable business, be able to get what you've created, what you've put your blood, sweat, and tears into. You can get that to the people who need it in the market. And I think that fundamentally, this category creation AI sales team as a service is going to spur, I think, the biggest wave in the future of work, of what I believe is going to be the future of work, which is a lot of people with agency being able to build sustainable value and livelihoods and great lives for themselves and others with AI, and with these tools, where you're not beholden to some large corporation that doesn't care about you, or you're not beholden to some boss who, uh, you know, you don't want to work for. You obviously could go and work and choose an organization or company that you love, but you've got the power of these tools to be able to go and build and actually pursue your passion. So I'm rambling up the stream of consciousness like we talked about, but uh, overall, I think that these are just different little pieces that maybe we can pull on. I do think that there's a lot more that we can dive into. So I'm going to pause here. I think that there's still a lot of back and forth that we need to really refine things, but once again, you've got a massive, massive market initially, even just with these founders. I believe it's, I got to double check the data, but I think it's 150,000 founders that are in, or companies, founders in this $1 to $10 million ARR range. And on average, all in on sales, they're spending conservatively 5K plus on sales. So as a whole, I think that you've got a very, very, very strong, or they're not spending 5K on sales. My mistake. In my assumption previously when I did the research, we're assuming that these companies can spend 5K on sales, but they're spending way more across all sales parts of their department. So it's a very compelling just use case versus their existing situation, but then also a massive total addressable market that we can address. With all that said, I'll pause. I know that there's a lot more back and forth needed, but yeah, let's keep it going. Guys, this is a massive prompt. I think I went a little too long. We said stream of consciousness and we just kept going. So let's see how long this prompt is going to be. Still processing it. I also think I need to call my Wi-Fi provider today. Getting all these notifications on the stream frames dropping, and we can't have that. Okay, look at this prompt. It's beautiful. I mean, look at that. Also, look at how quickly it's putting stuff out. Guys, we're off to a solid start. 10 minutes in. Here's where we're at. All right, draft slide. Slide 2, the problem. Sales is broken for founders. Scaling revenue requires bloated sales teams and fragmented tools. Founders at 1 to 10 million ARR face an impossible choice. Burn millions on headcount and overhead, or stall growth, trying to DIY sales across 5 to 6 disconnected tools. Billions in lost revenue each year due to sales inefficiency. Why now? Well, we are at the biggest technological inflection point in human history. Every prior revolution, the printing press, the internet, they unlocked new categories. AI is bigger. Today's AI is the worst it will ever be, and it's already reshaping industries. Compute scaling equals exponential leap in model capabilities. Every new release makes AI agents stronger. Most competitors are just shipping AI features. We would never do that. We're building a new category. All right, the vision. The world without my worker versus with my worker versus without my worker. Without my worker, founders are stuck choosing between bad options, costly sales organizations, or lost growth. With my worker, a lean startup can instantly spin up an AI sales team as a service. Scalable, reliable revenue engine. Every improvement in AI makes our agents more powerful. The rising tide lifts all ships. You got category creation here with my worker, AI sales team. The next billion-dollar wave in the future of work. All right, market slide opportunity. Early framing. You've got about 150,000 companies in this 1 to 10 mil ARR range in the US alone. The conservative spend is over 5K a month on sales tools. And then you have SDR and AE, account executive overhead, the global TAM, total addressable market, is over 200 billion across sales tools, outsourced SDRs, and sales headcount. My Worker AI can become the platform. No, My Worker AI becomes the platform, absorbing a lot of this spend. All right, so now narrative thread for live delivery. Okay. And guys, if none of this is resonating, please let me know, because I don't want to seem like a fool out there, you know? I guess I'm technically out there right now, but I don't want to seem like a fool out there again if I am like a fool. So we got to make sure that this is good. I'm just realizing now that all the clips of me doing this are going to be of me in this tank top. I actually think that I need to change, because if we post these, I guess we will post these. These are going to get edited. They're going to be posted online. It's going to be me talking about my worker in this basketball jersey. No, we can't have that. All right, guys, I'm going to be right back. 1 second. I'm going to get changed real quick into a different shirt. Guys, check this out. Before I put it on, so we got the jersey, and you know how we love chess here. Like, we love chess. So we actually got a chess shirt. All right. This is what we're wearing. Much better. Much better. Now, we seem more professional. I need to get shirt's a little tight. I will say shirt's a little tight. We didn't realize when we were ordering, because it was our first order, but I mean, the material's great. I feel good in this shirt. So I should also get some polos or button downs. Should make a button down or something. All right, Zico. How's it going, man? Uh, no, I have not seen that crypto coin. We only like Bitcoin here, as a heads up. But Zico, if you like other coins, then you should follow this channel for sure, and we'll get you in on the Bitcoin game. But right now, just as a heads up, we are building the pitch deck for My Worker AI. Okay, so you guys are seeing live how we do this. We are 15 minutes in. We're at a solid starting point here, so we're going to keep this going. And also, this is just how I build pitch decks. If you guys got your own way, your own method that might be better, then go with that. This is my AI first way, because we're trying to get this deck done by 2 p.m. So, I mean, 15 minutes in, we're already pretty close. So I think that we're going to definitely get this done in time. Okay. Okay. Next step. Let's choose which slide you actually want to write out live first. Problem versus why now versus vision. My suggestion is problem. It sets up everything else and gives you immediate investor resonance. Want me to expand the problem slide into a full draft with copy you can paste into your outline doc now. That sounds solid. Oh, wait, we didn't read this part. The narrative thread line for delivery. Let's see. Oh, let's go. Ziku. Guys, I didn't even realize this because I only saw the handle, but we have a legend. We have a legend on the YouTube live stream in the chat. So if you guys are not there, then you're going to miss out hearing from, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Ziku? Ziku? I don't know. But yes, we've got a legend in the chat, guys. This guy's the man. Any one of you guys who is wondering, how is William putting out these clips nowadays? It's because of Ziku. The handle, the pronunciation, I'm working on it, but yeah. All right, so narrative thread line for delivery. So, okay, this is actually what ChatGPT is recommending we say here. So when we're pitching, this is what we should say. This is exactly what I said. Imagine trying to build Amazon without the internet. Impossible. That's what sales looks like today. Founders trying to scale without an AI sales team. Ooh, I like the analogy it gave. I like how it gives it right there. Yes. And guys, Ziku in the chat is correct. We are bringing this live stream to the sky, guys. I mean, we are going to put out the best content. Everyone else's content you might watch, then afterwards you almost forget about. This, you are going to have nuggets of wisdom that you go. And if someone says, let's say that someone says, hey, put together a pitch deck for tier 1 VCs. And they might give you a week. They might give you 2 weeks, maybe even 3, because it sounds like a big task. Boom, we're going to get it done in a couple hours. Someone said, hey, launch a YouTube channel. Do this. We built all of my workers' YouTube channel in 3.5 hours. Maybe you and your buddies, you want to start a merch line, like, clothes. I'd never done it before. I had no idea. But I realized that I was wearing all these other clothes and people were buying them because I was wearing it. So I said, I'm done free promoting this. I'm going to wear it. And then made this merch line in 2 hours. And there are a lot of cool other things. You guys have only seen 2 pieces. There are quite a few others. So you guys are going to get all the inside scoop, lots of business knowledge from someone who's built stuff. And you're seeing the behind the scenes. So as you can see, I'm getting distracted here. We're going to finish up this pitch deck. So we're going to read the rest of these narrative lines. I like this, so we're going to use that. Imagine trying to build Amazon without the internet. Impossible. That's what sales looks like today. Founders trying to scale without an AI sales team. Impossible is what people are going to say in the future. Okay, so we'll remember that. Let's see what else it said. AI isn't a feature. It's the new infrastructure for building businesses. Every model improvement makes us stronger. Okay. That is on point. I think that's exact. Actually, it's not exactly how we said it. It's similar to how we said it. It's not exactly how we said it. So we can start saying it like this. This rolls off the tongue a little bit nicer. Every model improvement makes us stronger. We're not another sales tool. We're the end of sales headcount as a category. That give you chills? Like, if you're an investor in the chat, if that gave you chills, let me know. I'm going to try it out. I'll ask an investor live. We're not another sales tool. We're the end of sales headcount as a category. Okay. Okay. So now it says, let us choose which slide you want to actually write out live first. Problems. All right. That sounds like a good game plan. I am down to take that approach. We can go with problem. And on top of that, what else do you think is the best way for us to continue approaching this and building out the deck in the best way possible? I mean, do you need me to go back and forth with? Is there any research that we need to go and start doing? What is the idea here? What's the game plan? So another thing here, and this is a little tip with AI. A lot of people say, hey, Will, you get so much done with AI. What are you doing? Do you have any tips or tricks? Well, here's a tip and here's a trick. When you are going back and forth with ChatGPT, it's really like you're working with the best expert in the world on any activity that you're trying to do. And so if you were, let's say, going and trying to pick up MMA or fighting, right? Let's say that you're going and you're working with John Jones and Khabib and all these guys, and they're all there and you guys are working together and they're helping you, right? They're helping you win the fight. Would you tell them, guys, I think that you guys should be punching like this and kicking like this, and you should do your chokes like this? It's like, yeah, like they're going to be the ones doing the fight, but you don't want to force them to do things in a stupid way, You might think, based on all these things that I've seen, and one time I talked to this dude who knew how to fight and all this stuff, and you're telling these legends of the UFC how they should fight? No. It'd be like the smart thing to do if you guys actually want to win the fight is you say, hey guys, what do you think we should do? How do you think we should do this? Let's go with that way to do it because it's probably the better way to do this. You're not going to tell Khabib how to grapple. So with that in mind, it's the same thing on any task. Anything that you want to do. Some people say that when I chat with GPT, I seem like I'm like too friendly or that I'm like so like I defer to it so much. Like kind of like but I'm telling you, this is a secret, okay? That people just I don't know if it's a secret, but every time I see people using GPT, you just see them telling it what to do. It's like do this, do that. It's like no. Let's get aligned with GPT. Let's figure out what it is we're trying to do. We know what we want, but let's have a GPT figure out how to do it. So you're going to consistently see me just asking that question as we're working through this. But it does help. I believe so. And then you learn too. It's like, what does GPT think we should do? You're asking the right question. Look, GPT is trying to butter me up right now. What's the best game plan and how to get this done without spinning in circles? You don't want to spin in circles. All right, here's how GPT would break it down with our stream flow and investor psychology in mind. We don't need perfect slides yet. We need the spine of the story. That's true. Problem, why the world without my worker sucks. The why now, why this moment, AI inflection point. The vision, why the world, or what the world with my worker looks like, and why it rocks. And then solution, my worker AI in one clean, simple, aha slide. Okay, once those four are locked, the rest of the deck flows downstream. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, after the spine, we layer in traction, market size, moat, competition. Okay. Step 3, investor resonance. Slides investors always lean in on. The team. Why you? Business model. Keep it crisp. SaaS pricing, clear unit economics. Amount, runway, milestones. All right, research needs. We can tighten the story with a few data points. Number of companies, average, okay, AI adoption, spend forecast to the back line now. Competitor raise amounts to show market heat. Yeah, guys, it's hot. We're heating up. It's getting hot in here. We got the fan going because it's getting hot in here. It's getting hot. Okay. Live execution. All right. I think that all sounds good. So we're going to keep this going. Could we move faster? Technically, yes. If I wasn't chatting all this out loud and everything, we would move a little faster. But at the end of the day, an extra 30 minutes to make it less boring seems worth it to me. Okay. So the game plan. What game plan do we have laid out from GPT? We draft the problem slide together, header and 3 killer bullets. While you're live, we can riff deeper on traction, mode, shape it. Okay. In parallel, I'll start pulling TAM, total addressable market. TAM. You guys probably already know that, but there's total addressable market. That's very important because, and I'll tell you why that's important. Imagine you had the best dog gourmet food business in the world where you had a restaurant and like dogs came in and ate. I don't know if that's even a thing, right? But I'm guessing that it's not that big of a market. I just said that off the top of my head. You know, it sounds kind of silly. It's a restaurant where only dog owners go and they bring their dogs and then their dogs eat gourmet food. It's like doggy restaurant. You know, I don't think that's a very big total addressable market. I haven't seen one. Maybe you ask a dog owner and they're like, oh, that's a really good idea. I'd love to take my dog there. But in reality, how much are these dog owners really going to spend on their dogs going and eating at like a nice restaurant? Not a big market. So we're going to need some numbers, data, stuff to make people realize you got a very big market. It just sounds big and it pretty is obvious that this is a big market, but we need to make it a little more obvious with numbers. So, and show we did our research. You know, we worked on this thing for a few hours, guys. Okay. We can't have them thinking that we're not doing anything. We put time and energy in for a good 2 hours to get this deck ready. Okay. And we were focused. We weren't chit chatting too much while we did it. All right. So amazing. That sounds like a great plan. I think that we should follow that plan or your plan that you just laid out there. And that plan being your game plan of the problem slide, like riffing deeper, and then like in parallel gathering all the market data, etc. So that entire game plan you laid out, I like it. Thank you for putting it together. Let's do it. Sounds good. I thought that there might be something else. I was double checking. I was reading this final part while spinning up the research on the sales side. So yeah, imagine if I'd given a shitty plan. I've made a lot of decks too. As someone who's made a lot of decks, I have good ideas in terms. Look at me. I've got good ideas. No, I've actually got some pretty good ideas on how to do this stuff. And the plan that it laid out was even better than my thing. And I've watched so many videos. I mean, before AI, I watched like not every, but all the ones with a lot of views, these videos online on how to make a deck, how to do the story, how to do blah, blah, blah. And I did a little bit of that in that first like mega prompt that you guys saw me make just chatting. But at the end of the day, the plan that Chat GPT laid out, it's a good plan. I was looking at it thinking, you know, that is actually a better way to do it. So we're doing it that way. Okay, let's see. All right, it says perfect, let's execute. I agree, let's execute. Draft problem slide right now. Okay. Spin up market research in the background. Okay, so spinning up. All right, problem slide. Sales is broken for founders. Growing revenue shouldn't require burning millions on bloated sales teams. 1 to 10 million ARR founders face a trap. Either overspend on headcount plus tools or stall growth. Sales inefficiency bleeds billions. Multiple tools, long ramp times, churn, and missed deals. Current options are bad. Outsource to low quality SDR shops or waste founders' time DIYing sales. 2 columns. World today, bloated sales orgs, lost revenue, inefficiency. World tomorrow with my worker. Instant AI sales teams, lean, scalable, predictable. Okay. Next step on stream. As you riff deeper, traction stories, why now mode, I'll turn those into slides ready. Bullet points, blah, blah, blah. You'll already have 4 to 5 slides drafted. Research skill flex season parallel number of companies in 1 to 10 mil. Average sales. All right, guys, this is great. I'm not sure if you guys are noticing this, but it is pulling all of this research in parallel. In parallel, it's pulling all this. Also, on a completely side note, I'm going to screenshot this thing and then Streamlabs OBS. This is just a side thing. This is unrelated, but before I forget. Quick question. When I was on the stream today, I was getting this alert on Streamlabs of there being dropped frames, and it was anywhere from 50 to 66% throughout the stream. So I'm wondering what you think might be happening and what you think we should do. Like if it's a problem that we need to do something about, or if it's not a problem and it's fine, and if there is something we can do to fix it, what can we do to fix it? All right, guys. That was a little side note, but I want to make sure you guys are getting the optimal viewing experience here. And if I'm getting alerts about dropped frames, then that is no bueno. That's not fine. Oh, network bandwidth. Your encoder is producing frames, but your internet connection. I got to call my internet provider. Set your bit rates is set too high for your upload capacity. Okay. Yeah, I really think it's just a internet provider problem. Let's see if I can fix that right now, actually. I'm going to make a phone call. Yo, yo, what's up, man? Awesome. How's it going, Chelsea? Good. Oh, nice. That'll be fun. Gonna do some surfing out there? Okay, cool. Well, I was just calling to see if there's like a phone number that I could potentially call for the stream just to get like the plan updated. I keep getting these alerts on Streamlabs that all the frames are dropping, and so I was wondering like maybe even in real time if I could just call them up and then see if they could just flip a switch or something. Yeah. Hmm. Really? Okay. Hmm. I see. Ah, the Ultra Box. I see. Okay. Okay. Nice. Okay. All right. Yeah, sounds good. Well, um I'll do that. So it's the Spectrum store in you said okay, yeah. All right, cool. Mhm. Yeah. Okay. And I just have to bring the black box. Yeah. Yeah. And we would just keep the white. So only that, like the plug and the black box. Okay. Sweet. Yeah. Well, I will go and take care of that. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Nice. I almost wonder if yeah, yeah, for sure. I'll catch you later and I hope you guys enjoy San Diego. Sorry, say that one more time. Your voice cut out there. You said once you get the new router. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. Thanks for the help, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I'll catch you later. All right. Sounds good. Peace. All right, guys. Well, I know how to fix it. I got the solution. Um, he had actually already called, but it requires a new piece of hardware. And so, yeah, for the new hardware, I got to go in and pick it up. But right now, we're finishing this workout. So, yeah, let's see if we can finish this deck real quick. Sorry for the switch up there. Okay. All right, question for us. I'm going to start moving a little faster on this deck. Well, it starts pulling numbers. Do you want the problem slide copy kept short and brutal? 3 bullets max, Apple style, or do you want a bit more storytelling text under each bullet for the first draft? We can always trim for design. Hmm. You know, here's what I'll say. I'll say, what do you think would be best? I've heard many times that it's best to have less text and just be very, so which would put me more to the Apple style example that you gave. That said, I think storytelling is very important. So maybe we just keep that in mind for separate notes later on to understand that we're telling the narrative in the best way possible. But, those are just my initial thoughts. What do you think would be best? All right, it agrees. Who knows if it just says that because I said it that way. It said you're spot on. The deck itself should be brutalist, few words, clean headlines. Investor reads it in 5 seconds flat. Then the storytelling comes from you in the room or on Zoom. All right, guys, our voice will carry the narrative, okay? That's what we're doing. Apple style decks are memorable. One headline, 2 to 3 bullets. Investors lean in instead of zooming out. I like that. Yeah. All right, so we're going to have the Apple style deck. We'll have speaker notes separately. It'll be more like a mental outline, I think. I think I like doing it off the cuff a little more. I'm going to need some reps in. You guys are going to see the reps. When I'm in the room with the investor, maybe I'll see if they're down to do some live investor calls. That could be cool. Live delivery. Okay. Blah blah blah. So yes, keep the problem style Apple style. Problem slide Apple style. And I'll maintain there. That's okay. That sounds like a good plan. Let's continue building everything out in the way that you think would be best. Uh, if we take a step back and look at the approach, do you think we're on track in the best way? Do you think there's anything else that we should be doing? Let's keep moving forward. Okay, guys, we are on track. All right, so spine first, problem, why now, vision, solution, and then we'll polish it. Apple style slides, market and traction data in parallel so it lands as both compelling and credible. Okay. That balance, emotional narrative, hard numbers is what investors back. All right, perfect. Next, expand narrative notes, then build why now vision solution. All right, investor psychology lens. Make sure every slide answers why invest now in you in the market. Category creation language. We love that. AI sales team as a service. Objection handling baked into slides. Defensibility, competition, and adoption risk. All right. Recommended next steps. Build the narrative notes for the problem slide. So you've got the spoken script, draft why now slides right after. I'll start feeding in the TAM and spend data once it's gathered. All right. Question for us. All right, to shape why now slide properly, when you talk to people, what's the hottest evidence you use to show AI adoption is happening right now? ChatGPT adoption speed, compute scaling, everyone's adding AI features, enterprise AI budgets. That's actually a good question. The hottest evidence, I mean, it's just so obvious that it's happening now. Maybe I'll just go stream of consciousness. That normally works the best because then it's like you get into all these mental cycles. Let's just go for it. So awesome. I love the game plan for the next steps. So let's do that. Let's dive in there. And now for your question, where you're asking what's the hottest evidence we show or we use to show AI is happening right now. In reality, it's really hard to point to one thing or choose one thing. But I think that the culmination of things is really what acts as powerful evidence. You've got the realm of just how much capital is going into the AI industry, and that is going into the AI data centers. Then you've got the actual progress in the base language model performance, how it's performing on benchmarks, and the speed of adoption. I think that many people have underestimated that in the past, many of these AI experts, and I'm very, very bullish. My predictions in the past, not to pat myself on the back, I don't want to break my arm, pat myself on the back, but I've been very spot on with how quickly this is going to continue to improve. And I think that in large part is just coming from the background of understanding GPUs, compute, data centers, and then seeing how much money is going into building these massive data centers. I digress. The final piece that I think is just a huge signal that AI is fundamentally changing things is the adoption of AI in enterprises and just the sheer number of adoption among users. ChatGPT reached 100 million users. You can look up the exact date if you think it matters, but it was crazy how fast it reached. I think it was in like a week or something. I don't know, but it reached it very quickly. And I think that if you just look at pure adoption numbers, it took Facebook, I think like a year or something, like a long time compared to how quickly ChatGPT reached it. So I think that overall, there are just all these massive trends saying, hey, AI now is the way. And then the big question becomes, how do you be one of those companies that is the no-brainer to get involved with? And I think we nailed that with our narrative previously in the pitch with rising tide lifts all ships. Like my worker would have been an impossible product to build without AI, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, that's just stream of consciousness. We could probably tie, I think that each of those things I mentioned, there are probably a hottest data point or hottest thing that really gets your attention if you're listening to it, where you think, dang, that's wild, or that's crazy, or that not only makes the point, but makes it even harder than like expected, So I didn't have all that data right off the top of my head, but I think in all those areas that we mentioned, we mentioned adoption speed, compute, scaling, AI capabilities, things like that. I could add more, but I think I'll pause there because there is other stuff too, like just the speed at which companies' ARR is rising. I mean, the speed at which some of the companies like Replit, Lovable, others, like, scaled revenue is just outrageous. So yeah, I mean, there's just so many data points. But anyway, thanks for hearing us out on all this stuff. And yeah, I trust your advice to approach these next steps in whatever way you think is best. This is going to be another mega prompt here, guys. Look at this. Look at these prompts. Massive, massive, massive prompts. That riff is exactly what we need. Okay, this is other people's ChatGPT definitely doesn't answer like this because it definitely adapts to each user. This is why you had so many people getting upset when the old models were taken away because they were introduced to a new model and they built a connection with the old one. All right. You just gave them the raw material for a knockout. Why now slide? All right. Why now? The AI inflection point. AI is the biggest technology shift in human history, and it's happening now. Capital surge, adoption speed, enterprise demand. All right, narrative notes. Without it, think about the internet. Without it, you couldn't build Amazon or Facebook. Impossible. AI is bigger. Right now, we're seeing capital, unprecedented investment in compute and AI infrastructure, massive data centers coming online, adoption. ChatGPT hit 100 million users in weeks, breaking every record. That's not hype, it's a signal of demand. Enterprise pull. Every Fortune 500 company is building AI into workflows. Budgets are moving, and the winners are being chosen right now. This is the worst AI will ever be, and it's already transforming industries. My worker wouldn't even be possible without it, and every model release makes our product stronger. This is why this moment is different. Problem is locked. Why now? It's locked. Narrative notes started. We'll have a running script as we go. All right, guys, we're moving. We are moving. We're not going to quite finish by 11, but I think we're going to blow this. Actually, let me just show you guys a little bit. This was the thought process coming into the stream for the plan for the day. Okay, so actually we were behind when we started. Now we're actually on track. Problem, why now, traction, moat, draft copy. The one thing that does put a bit of a wrench in these plans is we have a customer call at 11. So ideally by 12, we can go to the design pass. Okay. Ask and roadmap, design. You know, I think we got this. I think we got this, guys. There is still quite a bit to do, but we're moving at a good pace. I think we just got to keep ChatGPT. Let's just keep the AI working. Vision. We'll frame this as a notable empowerment. Keep it something raised. All right. Do you want me to draft the vision slide next, or would you rather jump into solution to get something concrete on my work or in front of investors right after problem? Thank you for laying this all out. I think that the approach continues to be on point and it's looking good. That's a good question in terms of what we should do next. I think that both paths of the vision slide or jumping into the solution work. Both of them work. Which would you prefer? I'm down to go with whatever you believe would be best, and then we can dive right into it. All right. All right. We'll do vision next. Vision keeps the momentum of the story, arc, problem, why now vision. It paints inevitability before you even mention the product. That makes the solution slide land way harder because investors already want to know, okay, so what's the answer? Solution next would be good if you were in a demo heavy meeting where people just want to see the thing before listening to theory. But since you're pitching category creation, the vision is the emotional setup. Okay, that makes sense. And at the end of the day, guys, as you can see there, Like, I'm not following like a hard rule. This might not be the best way to do it. If like you're out there and you're Sequoia or A16 and you think I should be approaching this differently, then let me know. But at the end of the day, I think that as the entrepreneur, as the builder, you have so much going on in your head. You know so much about the product, the space, the custom. Like, there's so much going on. And sometimes the story just doesn't land in the traditional format. I think that the story that we're communicating back and forth here to get it created, like, we still don't have the full story out yet. It's coming together better than when I just laid out the stream of consciousness at the beginning. But that said, I think that getting that story to resonate is the most important thing over just following some template that you do this slide and then you do this. But that's a proven story format, and that works, and that seems to resonate, and that's understood. But we're doing it differently. We'll see if we raise capital with this deck. If it doesn't work, I'll come back here, and I'll say, I apologize that I got it wrong. But I think that this is right. All right. Vision next keeps the momentum of the story arc. Problem, why now vision? It paints inevitability before you even mention the product. Yeah, because this is going against conventional wisdom. So what I want to do is I want to get this created, and then we'll test it out. Okay. Future of sales. All right, vision slide. Yeah, the future of sales. From bloated sales orgs to instant AI sales teams. Without my worker, founders burn millions on headcount, tools, or stalled growth. With my worker, spin up AI sales teams instantly, lean, scalable, predictable. Bigger picture, every AI breakthrough makes our agents stronger. Rising tides lifts all ships. Okay. All right, so here are the narrative notes. Let's see if this lands. Without my worker, founders are trapped. Either they waste millions, no, either they waste years and millions building bloated sales organizations, or they try duct taping 5 to 6 sales tools and do it themselves. Both are bad choices, and they leave billions, with a B, billions, on the table. With my worker, it's just different. You spin up an AI sales team instantly. Not a feature, not another tool. A full sales team in a box, lean, predictable. And here's the kicker. Every new breakthrough in AI, whether it's OpenAI, Anthropic, or whatever, or whoever, whether it's OpenAI, Anthropic, or whoever, makes our product better. That is true. We use both models. A rising tide lifts every customer. Ooh. This is why this category is inevitable. Okay. I like that. That's good. Once you've got this in the outline, we'll go straight into the solution slide where we introduce my worker AI explicitly as the category creator. Want me to draft the solution slide so we have the full 4-slide spine complete? This sounds great. Yes, I love it and agree. Let's move on to the solution slide, and I'm pumped to get this spine, this 4-slide spine figured out. So thank you. Let's go. Guys, we're moving. We are moving. We're going to get the spine done. We're going to get it done before this customer call. Okay. All right, guys, all right, this is my worker. It's full AI sales team. Instantly, what does that mean? All right, I'm just going to read it out loud. My worker AI, your AI sales team instantly deployed. AI sales team as a service, not a tool, a full sales team in a box. End-to-end prospecting, outreach, booking meetings, self-improving. Every AI breakthrough makes my worker stronger. This is my worker. It's not another sales tool. It's not another AI feature. It's a full sales team as a service instantly deployed. What does that mean? My worker handles the entire top of funnel, finds the right prospects, runs the outreach, books the meetings, all without you hiring a single or managing a single SDR. And here's the magic. Because of how we're architected, every AI breakthrough, new models, more compute, makes us powerful. Our product literally improves with the ecosystem. So instead of fighting the AI wave, we harness it for our customers. If you're in a rowboat, do you want to row against the current, or do you want a motor at your back going down wave? I mean, all these other tools, all these competitors who are the incumbents, they're rowing against. I mean, they're barely moving. They're against this current. Maybe they're kind of sideways to the current. We'll give them some credit, sideways to the current. But at my worker, we've got multiple engines. I mean, it's like 90% engine. And then just like our boat right now is very tiny, so we're speeding. And we got a little bit of room on board, to bring on some capital partners. We got a little bit of room, not too much. We got to find the right investors, but we've got some room. There's a seat right there, okay? And then we got this seat in the front. This is the captain's seat, okay? This is for our lead investor. So we have been chatting with a few potential captains actually that are very interested. I think we're going to find a phenomenal captain. Okay. So all of these other seats, you're going to be in good hands. We will have the captain. It'll be like me and the captain up there, and we're going to be moving, but we've got all these great seats and it's going to be a fun ride. Okay. So something to keep in mind. All right, guys, the spine is complete. Rehearse the spine out loud once, make sure it flows and feels tight. Okay. We need a tight spine, okay? Can't have these loose spines. Okay. Hmm. All right, next set of slides will learn traction, market slide, no, blah, 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 gives credibility, blah, blah, blah. I'll gather the TAM, sales spend data in parallel. Okay, do you want to jump straight into the traction next, or what do you, quick pause, run through, see how it feels? Okay. This is a big moment. Thank you so much for helping us get this spine complete. Now, I'm open to going either way. Whatever you think we should do next, I am down to pursue. What do you think? Do you think that we should do a run through, or uh, do you think that we should go to the next step? I agree. I think we need a run through. Okay. Sounds like a great plan. I agree. Let's do the quick rehearsal now. Would love to see the one-page cheat script and keep the ball rolling. All right, guys, are you guys having a blast right now watching us go through this deck? I hope so. We are having a blast over here. Okay. Okay. We're gonna run through the riff lines. Breathe and riff. Don't over polish. All right, guys. Sales is broken. Sales today is like trying to build Amazon without the internet. Broken. Impossible. Impossible to scale in the right way. Why is now now is the AI inflection point. This is the worst AI will ever be. And it's already transforming industries. The slope from here is exponential. The vision. Let's look at the world with versus without my worker. The future of sales is instant AI teams. Without my worker, you've got bloated sales orgs and lost growth. With my worker, you spin up full AI sales teams instantly. Lean, scalable, predictable. Every AI breakthrough makes our product stronger. A rising tide lifts all ships. Instead of duct taping tools or burning millions, founders get an instant AI sales team. The category is inevitable. So what's the solution? The solution is my worker AI. Your AI sales team, instantly deployed. AI sales team as a service, not a tool. A full team in a box. Handles the full funnel. Prospecting, outreach, meetings. Self-improving. Every AI breakthrough makes us better. This isn't just another feature. It's the end of sales headcount as a category. My worker is the team that scales with you. All right, I was getting a little distracted there, so we're gonna hop on this call and then we are going to do one more run through before we dive back into the deck. But let's hop on this call. Hey, Andy, how's it going, man?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. As a heads up, I am on stream. Are you cool with us doing the call on stream? I don't have to have your video up or anything.
Okay.
Your call though. I could also hop off stream too if you'd rather take it off stream.
No, that's fine. Whatever works.
Okay. Awesome. How have you been, man?
Pretty busy. Let me inbound leads, coming through our website forms, and that comes in pretty regularly.
Nice.
The email marketing, is not working at all. I don't know. I never tried it before. Outbound email.
Yeah.
I tried to see what happens. We shared my screen with
All
you.
right. Yeah, let's check it out.
How do I share the screen? Okay, I got it.
All right. Let's
You
see.
see it?
Yes. Oh, it looks like the campaigns that we launched last time were paused, so we didn't.
Wonder, I don't know why it was paused. Okay.
Yeah, it says status.
No
Yeah,
lead
we have
form.
to. Yeah, we have to change the campaign filters.
Well, we didn't change anything. We left it the way it was, right? We just changed the text. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. Where do you want me to go?
Yeah. So, I mean, the good news about it is
Hmm.
well, I guess the initial bad news is that the campaigns weren't running.
Okay.
But the good news about it is that our warm up was still going that entire time. So those domains are going to be nice and fresh. And
Okay,
so
good.
we're still going to maintain high deliverability. So although it seems like, oh, dang, it sucks because no campaigns were running, um, those emails domains are locked and loaded now, ready to deliver for larger campaigns.
Okay, good.
Yeah. And to answer your question as well, the actual reason what like if you hover over, and this will sometimes happen, I probably should have explained this on the previous call, but what sometimes happens is depending on how we did the filters, like particularly if we did smart lead filter search, which it looks like we did here, uh, it looks for intent signals online based on the persona and the other
Okay.
information we gave. And sometimes there's just no like intent signals online related to those niches. And so because
Okay.
of that, uh, it'll run out of leads, and then it's fine. We just would start a new campaign. But yeah, just to give you the heads up that sometimes that'll happen. So I guess in the future, like what I can try and do is I'll try and be more on top of it. Or if you're checking the campaigns, like every once in a while,
Mm,
if it hits stopped, or if you just don't get an inbound response or anything,
mm.
um, you could check the dashboard and it'll have one of those alerts there.
Okay.
But that's why that happened. I should probably make a training video on that actually, just for our YouTube channel to explain that error.
Okay.
Yeah. Um, okay. Cool. Well, let's get these campaigns updated and live. So if you click the pencil icon next to that one,
Hmm.
and then go next and next. Okay. Um, let's see here. So if we reached out to, let's see, scroll down. Okay, this is actually odd to me. I thought that this one was on Smart Lead Search. Could you click Save and Exit real quick? And let's check out the other one, V2.1, and click Next. Next. Okay. So I'm going to have to check on something. So
Okay.
in reality, I thought it was a Smart Lead Search issue, but it
Mm.
looks like we had the filters on. Click Save and Exit, and could you hover over that the thing on the far left again? No
Yeah.
leads found with current campaign filter set. The only thing I could happen, I've seen this bug before, and what it's from is an API update with one of the people architecture partners. So what I'm gonna do real quick is
Okay.
um, I'm gonna send this over to the team. One
Yeah.
second.
All these are fine. I was just see next. Yeah, all this is fine. And
Yeah,
see industry, revenue, number of employees.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know if this makes any difference or not, but
Yeah, these campaigns, the filters look good because if you scroll down and go to the home page on the dashboard, and I'm actually recording right now for our team. Just yeah, if you
save and
click home,
exit.
yeah, save and exit works too. And could you hover over that left side, that alert again?
This one.
Yeah, so it says status update, reason no leads found with current campaign filter set. It looks like there are 1.2 thousand leads there that
Yeah,
should
we
be.
saw that from last time.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's an issue where like my guess is that it's just there's been some type of update with one of the like things that the tool relies on, an external API. But with that said, I'll look into
Okay.
getting that set up. And in the meantime, just to test, I mean, because we could still try and launch another one. Let's go and just duplicate that campaign for actions.
Which one?
Um, the one that you're on, the top one.
Okay.
And yeah, duplicate, and then go into the edit, and then let's just turn on smart lead search and then launch this one.
Next.
Yep. And then that top box check mark.
Oh, this one, smart list now.
Yeah. And then we can scroll down, click next. Yeah, and then we could just click next all the way through because that other one's not live. And then if you scroll up, we could actually up the emails per day. So let's up it to like 20.
Which one? 12.
Yeah, so from 12 to 20, just because they haven't been live, so I think that we can push it the inbox a little harder.
Okay.
All right.
Update.
Yes. And now we'll, on the created, hover over and turn that to active. And so
Okay.
I was screen sharing. I'm going to fire this video over to the team.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so 1 second. I will, let me just
While we're
pull.
checking, at least one campaign is active. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
This is active right now.
Yeah. Yeah, we just launched that, and then honestly, we could do another one if the other one that clicked stopped. Let's duplicate that one too underneath that one. Yeah,
This one?
yeah.
Yeah.
And then we can do exactly what we just did. Just go into the edit because yeah on
First
the
one.
yeah that one, and then on the pencil. Yeah, and then next, and then next. Awesome. Yeah, and then same exact thing. Just switch it to that, and then on the last page you could go to. Oh, sorry. You can go to the keep going all the way, and then on the launch page we'll change it from the 12 emails or however many are on it to 20 to push the inbox a little harder, just because it's had some time.
You are 12. Okay.
Yeah, so we can push it to 20, and then update, and then we can push it. Yeah, we can push that one active. So hover over the blue, and we'll turn it green.
Okay.
All right, awesome. So at least now we've got some where it should be pushing it out.
Yeah.
And actually scroll down again. We'll do one more as well together, just to use your remaining inboxes. So if you scroll to the bottom, go to page 2, scroll up a little, and then it looks like this growth hungry B2B social profiles. Or actually, let's just go. Let's go new campaign, like on the top left, because we had a bunch of ICPs from last time. I remember. So, or actually, real quick, let's look at the ICP, see who we want to target. So, if you click on lead personas on the left side, under company, like down 3, lead personas.
Okay.
And then I think last time I shared a document with you, right? Where I copy and pasted different lead personas in for you.
I think so. But this is fine. These are all fine.
Yeah, I think just to do the A/B testing, we because for example, once we have enough data, we'll see which areas we can double down on that where the people are really interested.
Hold
But in
on.
order to get that
Let me
data,
open the email.
yeah, let's see here. Let's see if I can pull it up. All right, I found it. Do you want me to
Okay.
share the link?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. All right. I just pulled up the ICPs I got for you. So B2B service companies. Okay, yeah. So there's e-commerce product and
Right.
then product companies. Yeah, so there are two other ones.
Okay.
Do you think that the e-commerce product
Yeah.
companies might be a fit?
Yeah, e-commerce, that's good. That's a good niche.
Okay, cool. So how about we build that one together here?
I thought we added it here. We didn't add it here. Okay.
Yeah, like I created and sent those over on the call and we talked through it, but we haven't put it into the software. So if you click new persona on the top right, we can add it. And while you're adding it into
Which
the
one?
new,
You want me to click this one, new persona?
yeah. And then in that document, it's formatted like one to one for the name,
Okay.
description, all that. And while
Where
you
is
put
the
that in, I'll
where is the
message the
document?
team on Slack.
In call messages. Okay. This one, right? No, that's not one. This one. Okay.
Yeah, it's persona number 3, I believe. And actually, I am going to you're going to hear me talk into ChatGPT for a
Okay.
second, so you can ignore
Number
what I'm
three.
saying. Hey team, I wanted to, or so could you help me create this message for the team? Here's the context for it. So, hey team, I wanted to let you know that I had a call with our client Andy today. We launched a couple of campaigns for him, but we ran into a uh, some type of bug with the product as in his account where there are over 1,000, like 1 to 2,000 leads in these two campaigns that got paused. That the system should be reaching out to, but for some reason on the status notification, it's showing that the campaigns don't have any leads. And so wanted to see what was happening and what we could do to fix it. And as soon as we get to the bottom of it, I'll let Andy know and get the product on his account working fully. So yeah, that's the message. Could you please just get that written up and I'll get it sent over to the team. I feel like I've become so reliant on AI that for messages like that, I just like ask AI to write it because at the end of the day, it's like it makes it more clear, and I can kind of just like lay it all out. So, um, yeah, this message is just like so clear, easy to follow, and it's like perfect. All right.
Okay. I'm filling out. You see the screen, right?
Yeah, I can see your
Pain
screen.
points. Okay.
Yeah, and apologies that had to run into that bug. It's good that the domain's warming up the entire time, so maybe it's even a blessing in disguise. But I know it's very unfortunate when there are these product surprises where it's like, hey, I thought this thing was sending out messages and it wasn't. So the other good news is that on this call, what we'll do is we'll get this campaign launched as well,
Mhm.
and yeah, once this campaign is launched, we can use the remaining emails on that one too.
Okay.
Yeah. And then this message, I'm just finishing it off to the team. So
Okay.
uh, they'll be able to get on it right now. They are based in different time zones, so it's like nighttime for them. But
Okay.
uh, they'll. It looks like he's online. The guy who will likely need to fix it.
Okay, good. Counter strategies, last section. Save. Yeah, it's done.
I'm just trying to find this video real quick. All right, you might hear something play through the speakers for 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
I just want to make sure I attach the right video. Yeah.
See, industry, revenue.
All right. Okay, awesome. So I'm back. The message has been sent to the team, and yeah, we can if you want to copy the name of that persona, overlooked B2B e-commerce owner, and then we'll launch a campaign to these guys with the remaining available domains.
Okay, hold on. So hit edit.
Yeah.
Right?
Or did you
Audio,
completed it, right?
yeah, complete.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so copy the name overlooked B2B e-commerce. Yeah. And once you've copied that, let's start a new campaign. So you can click on the top left of the
Oh,
page for new campaign. And then in the new campaign, put V1 and then paste that. And then
next.
click create and proceed.
Yeah.
And on the persona, yeah, let's choose that bottom one, overlooked B2B commerce, and go
Okay.
next. Okay, and let's scroll to the bottom real quick and click save and exit. I just realized we can copy that. Let's go to the active one. Oh, it looks like 2 emails have already been created and sent out,
Good.
and someone's opened the copy of V1 already. The good news is even if like they open it and they don't like respond right away or book a call, that's like you're on their radar. It
Yeah.
increases website visits. So even though I'm sure that a decent number of that traffic that has been coming to the website and maybe of interest, like some of that might have been like you got on their radar from one of these campaigns. So there is like the residual aspect. But
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
let's click into I mean that happens to me all the time where like I'll get something and I'll look at it and then I'll just go to their website and sign up. Um, but yeah, let's click on the pencil icon for one of these and just copy and paste that goal. Yeah. And you can click next and then just save and exit. Yeah. And then go in there, paste that goal in.
Next.
Let's go to the goal and paste that in.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, sweet. And then next. Here, I think that let's try let's try smart lead search. We'll probably in this next week go through all of the smart leads in there, which is good.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go to the bottom and go next. And then on the select sender, okay, yeah, let's use that one.
That one, yeah.
Yeah. Go next. And then next. And then for email quota, let's do 18. And then track email opens, turn that on. And okay, yeah.
Well, what happened?
You just got to click it one more time. It just gives that notification. Okay. Yeah, and then days to send emails. You can do whatever days. Well, you might want to try sending on weekends too. Weekends, especially if you're going after business owners, or maybe I forget the ICP, but business owners on the weekends, they still a lot of time are checking their emails, so that could be a good time to get their attention if you're going after that ICP.
Yeah, Saturday would be good for e-commerce.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You can have multiple days of the week too. But yeah, just in case, because I noticed that some we didn't have the let's see.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Cool.
Update campaign.
So you want just those 3 days? Or do you want to do? Yeah. I normally just do like every day.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Want me to add Sunday too?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, e-commerce are more B2C, so they should be update campaign, right?
Yeah.
Save and exit.
Update campaign. Oh, the start time. Yeah, you see the start time on the left. Let's put that at like 9 a.m. or something.
Okay.
Yeah, update campaign. Nice. Yeah, active. You're a pro, dude. Look at that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to start teaching other people now. All right.
Good. Okay, let's see what happens then.
Yeah. So these are working. Maybe it was just a one-time thing. I don't know. There is always, I didn't see any other customers that had this challenge. So there is just a chance that maybe there was like an update with the system and you got kind of caught in the timing of it or something. I don't really know. I'll get more information and share it with you as I hear back. But the good news is that these campaigns are live now. You know, 2 of them have already been opened as we've been on this call. And yeah, we'll keep it running. Anything else you want to
Yeah,
run through before
no,
we?
that's it.
Okay,
Okay,
cool.
thanks.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Anytime. Feel free to hit me up if you ever need anything.
Okay, thank you, William. Bye bye.
All right, thanks. Take care. Bye. All right. Back to work on the deck. Let's go. So you guys got a little taste there. Little oh, I literally heard back right as we hopped off. Let's see what he says. Oh, okay, he's looking into it. I'll text Andy. I'll let him know. Let him know that the team texted back and are on it. Great catching up on the call today. I literally heard back from my teammate right as you hopped off. He's looking into it right now. And so I'll pass along any information to you as I receive it. Hope you have a great week, man. All right, guys. I just texted him. So as you can see at my worker, you get VIP service, direct access to this type of stuff we're building together. The other thing too, this is very subtle, very nuanced. I'm not sure if you guys realized it. There's a tiny bit of doubt at the beginning of this call. Came on, said, hey, I don't know. Email's working, blah, blah, blah. What did I do? I heard him out. I said, yep, what's going on? Let's see what's happening. Let's get to the bottom of it. Because at the end of the day, it's like we're a team. And I figured this out. And so that's what we did. We figured it out, set, looked at what was going wrong, and then also, did our best to solve it. It's like rolling with the punches. This isn't Microsoft. This isn't Apple. Everything's not going to be like, you know, but because of that, quick fixes. Any other software that you're buying, are you able to hop on with the CEO, get real-time feedback, strategize, and then get the things fixed? It's like, oh yeah, I'll get the team on it. No, it's what you get. VIP white glove. I should start wearing white gloves when I'm on customer calls because that is white glove service that is being delivered. We might need to come up with a new terminology. This is going above and beyond white glove. This is a silk glove service. Okay? Silk glove service is what we give you at my worker. Okay? Silk glove. So we're going to go back and finish this deck. Let's see how. So that was a 30-minute call. So we can make that up. We can definitely make that up. And let's see. I'll pull up the schedule one more time so we can see how we're doing in regards to the overall schedule. Guys, I went to bed at 2:30 a.m. and I got up at like 5 because I had a call with people in Asia this morning. I was talking with people in Asia. A couple actually very cool guys. They moved from the US to Asia. Yeah. Anyway, let's see here. Oh wait, I completely skipped. I got so distracted telling you guys about Asia that I forgot about the schedule. So guys, back to the schedule. What are we doing here? So we're finishing the pitch deck. We're following the process, okay? We're going to go through the spine one more time. Once we know that the spine is solid, got a rock solid narrative, story arc, and spine, then we're going to dive into supporting it, building the rest of the deck, the body around the spine. So that is what we're doing. This has us hitting the okay. So yeah, we got to play a little bit of catch up here, but that's fine. We'll get through it. We want to finish this so we can hit a practice pitch by 2, rehearse and record, and then after that we're going into the data room. We're going to try and knock that out in one go. This day is like a full day to just get everything done. We're getting everything done. And guys, I think I know why the stream, if you're watching live, isn't the best. It's because I am uploading all of these files. You guys can't see it. In the bottom, let me show you. In the bottom corner. You see this at the bottom of the screen? Look at the bottom. I'm uploading all this footage simultaneously while on stream. So this is uploading like a snail. It's uploading at a snail's pace. And on top of that, we've got the stream quality. We need better hardware, guys. We need to update this. This is unacceptable. We're going to fix this. Okay. So we're going to let that continue to load. All right. Look, we even build out ICPs. What doesn't my worker do? You know, everyone's asking, what does my worker do? I almost feel like the better question is, what doesn't my worker do? Because my worker does everything. It's like the full like appetizer, entree, and dessert, okay? Including the nightcap. Like my worker does everything when it comes to sales. Okay. So now that we're aligned on what we're doing, finishing this pitch deck, we're going to go through, I mean, you guys are going to see everything from like why now, attraction, mode, GTM, model, team and social proof, ask, roadmap. You guys are going to see all that. Then you're going to get to see me try and pitch it. I know that I'm just kind of talking through stuff now, but we got to channel the inner energy for the pitch. Many times when you guys see me, I'm very, like when I'm trying to focus, it's hard to be high energy. You know, I'm just like, hey, we're sitting here, we're doing this. So it's like very low. But when you pitch, you got to get them excited about the future. So that's what we're going to be doing. You guys are going to see me after I build this, try and pitch it. So you guys are in for quite the treat. A lot of stuff coming up. You guys can be a part of it if you guys want to drop in any questions. But that is the game plan. It's what we're doing. Okay. All right. I'm getting distracted here. Got to dial in. Got to drop into the zone here. We're getting into the zone. All right. Here we go. I'm going to, just to kind of get my brain back into the deck mode, I'm going to run through what we got so far. So this is what we've built. This is what we have. Okay. What's the problem today? The problem is that sales is broken. Growing revenue shouldn't mean burning millions of dollars. Founders at the $1 to $10 million in revenue face a trap. You either overspend on headcount and tools, or you stall growth. And This sales of inefficiency bleeds billions, with a B, billions, long ramp times, churn, missed deals. The current options that you're stuck with are bad. You either go with low quality SDR sales shops, or you as the founder are wasting so much of your own time. Sales is like trying to build Amazon without the internet. It's broken, impossible to scale the right way. And so why now? Why are we at the AI inflection point? Well, right now, this is the worst that AI will ever be. And it's already transforming industries. The slope from here is exponential. AI, dare I say, is the biggest shift in human history. And it's happening now. Billions are pouring into AI infrastructure. ChatGPT hit 100 million users faster than any product in history. And enterprises are racing to adopt AI. Budgets are moving fast today. Okay. So, what does the world look like today? And what does it look like with my worker? What does it look like without my worker? What does it look like with my worker? Well, the future of sales is instant sales teams. Without my worker, you've got bloated sales orgs and lost growth. With my worker, instead of duct taping tools and burning millions of dollars, founders get an instant AI sales team. The category is inevitable. Every AI breakthrough makes our product stronger, and a rising tide lifts all ships. And so what is that solution? Well, the solution is my worker. It's your AI sales team instantly deployed. An AI sales team as a service, not a tool. It's a full team in a box, okay? It handles your prospecting, your full funnel, everything from prospecting to outreach to meetings. And it's self-improving. Every AI breakthrough makes us better. This isn't just an AI feature. You're looking at the end of a category, the end of sales headcount as a category. My worker is the team that scales with you. So that is the spine that we created, okay? So do you want me to build a short transition line between each slide? Yeah, I like that. I was a little choppy there, I will say. Not my best work, but you're never going to have your best. That's the one thing I've learned. The one thing, it's inevitable. You're almost never, I'm not going to say never, but you're almost never at your best. But you're always going to have to go out there and perform. Whether it's like you're on your D game, your B game, hopefully your A game. But like right now, it's like we're working. I got like, 2.5 hours of sleep. It was kind of rough getting up, but we just got on. This is what we do. We just have to show up. And tying that to this, kind of how we got on this tangent, is we're just going through it live. We're just doing it. It's not my best work, not my best pitch. And a lot of times when you pitch, you're not going to give your best pitch. By nature, if it's your best pitch, there's only one of them. So many times you're just going to be doing it with like something's going your way. Maybe you got a great night's rest, but maybe just off that day. Maybe something else happened. Maybe you're going through something else that's distracting you, but you're well rested, Vice versa. Maybe you're running on no sleep, but things are going well. Maybe everything's not going well. That happens a lot of the time with especially entrepreneurs. Like everything's falling apart. Everything's not going well. But you still go, give it your all. And that's just how it goes. And that's actually what makes you win. You know? Many people lose or are stuck in the past. But if you want to win, you just got to show up. And as long as that is your metric, you showing up, then you can't really lose if you think about it. You gotta be dead or completely incapacitated to lose. All right. Do you want to also build a short transition line? That sounds like a great plan. Let's do that. Ooh, I'm not sure if you guys heard that. Uh, that was a loud open on the kombucha. We do have a setting on the mic, though, that gets rid of background noise. So it would be amazing if it completely stopped that. Dang, we got so many frames dropping. I might need to hop off stream and just go get this router after the deck. Before diving into the diligence homework, after we finish the deck, that might be the move. Then I go get it done, hop back on stream, and we're good to go. All right. And just like the internet, oh, dude, this would have made my pitch so much better if I had these transition lines. I was over here just, I don't know, I was just, dancing around. Sounded silly. Dancing around sounding silly when could have just gotten the transition line. All right, let's read these transition lines. I'll just read the riffs and transition lines and just go there, and we'll see how the spine feels. Sales today is like trying to build Amazon without the internet. Broken and impossible to scale the right way. And just like the internet changed what was possible, AI is now reshaping the entire foundation of how businesses get built. This is the worst that AI will ever be, and it's already transforming industries. The slope from here is exponential. So the question is, what does the world look like when this shift is fully realized? And what role will sales play in that world? Instead of duct taping tools or burning millions, founders get an instant AI sales team. This category is inevitable. And that brings us to the solution we've built, the product that makes this vision real today. This isn't just another feature, it's the end of sales headcount as a category. My Worker AI is the team that scales with you. Okay. Wow. Transitions. Look, the transitions just made that so much better. And also only reading the riff lines. Yeah, I think that's better. All right, let's see. Prep a 90-second version. So you've got both the long arc and the elevator pitch. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. That sounds like a great plan. And also, those transitions were sweet. That made it flow a lot better. So, yep, super excited. Let's do the 90-second version. And then that way we'll have both the long arc and the elevator pitch ready for investors. That's actually something that's very interesting. My views changed on this. In the past, when I was building my last company, SAS Mining, Bitcoin mining as a service, if you don't own a Bitcoin miner, go to SAS Mining. You can't just be holding Bitcoin. You gotta start mining Bitcoin. Anyway, getting distracted. When I was building SAS Mining, my view was if you go to an event, you go to a conference, the odds that you meet the person who's the perfect person to unlock and scale your business in that moment, the odds are very low. Versus if you do your research and across the globe, you notice that there are this handful of people that would be the perfect person to meet that would unlock for your business and get you to the next stage. That it seemed like that was the better way to go. It's like, how about I just focus on going directly to those people and reaching out to them. But the one big benefit of going to in-person events that I didn't realize at the time, I still went to a lot of in-person events. Let me be clear. I actually went to a ton, do a lot of speaking at events, but I always kind of did it more for fun because I really liked going to the events. I thought it was a good time. But I didn't realize that there is a big benefit, massive benefit of going to these events. And that is that, of course, you build stronger relationships with the people that you meet if you run into the right person. But when you're at an event, you speak about what you're doing a lot because you're meeting so many people. People are saying, okay, what do you do? What are you building? How does it work? Well, and you're just, when you speak it that many times, eventually you get real-time feedback. Are people zoning out? People not understanding what you do? All this stuff. Are people getting bored? And you also get so much feedback on what other people, oh my God, sometimes we've all been there. It's like you meet someone at an event and they're just going on and on and on. And it's just like, don't want to be rude, but this is getting excessive because they just won't stop talking about what they're doing. And it's just exhausting to listen to. And you really quickly realize, okay, you do not want to be that person when you explain your thing. It's like, if you ask a question, that's what you're looking to get. Some people will go and give these long, complex answers that take 3 times as long as the actual answer to answer one subpoint of what their thought is. It's like, oh my goodness, I got to get out of here. And so that's the big benefit of events. You get to do that. Okay. 90-second version. We're going to say this 90-second version out loud. Okay, calm pace. I'm going to be calm. Don't want to get worked up here. A nice, calm pace. Okay. Sales is broken. For founders at $1 to $10 million in revenue, you either burn millions of dollars on bloated sales organizations, or you stall growth trying to duct tape tools yourself. Both paths bleed revenue and suck. AI is the biggest shift in human history, and it's happening right now. Billions are pouring into compute. ChatGPT hit 100 million users faster than any product ever, and enterprises are racing to adopt AI. The slope is exponential. In this world, sales changes forever. Without my worker, founders are stuck with bad options. With my worker, you spin up AI sales teams instantly. Lean, scalable, predictable. Every breakthrough in AI makes our product stronger. That's why we built my worker AI. Your AI sales team. Instantly deployed. Not another tool. Not another feature. A full sales team in a box. This is not incremental. It's the end of sales headcount as a category. And we've got merch. Okay. That pitch, I like the flow. I'm going to have to, I sprinkled a little bit of my own, I did a little sprinkling on it. You see this part? the sprinkling that I did was the most non-additive sprinkle. I did this part. Both paths bleed revenue. And then I said, and suck. But I just wanted to make that clear. Look, if you're listening as an investor, bleeding revenue on those 2 paths, that's not good. But I really hammered that home on that. I said that sucked, and it does suck. And now, in case the investor wasn't paying attention and piecing that together, now they realize it sucks. Okay. Anyway, that is the 90-second version. Now let's give the 5-minute version. I like that version. That sounds good to me. So, yep, that's great. Let's also build the 5-minute version next. And then we can switch gears into the traction slides. So we got proof to back the story. Or actually, what do you think? I don't want to be too directive here. What do you think would be best? Do you think that we should build the 5-minute version next, or do you actually think it would be better to switch gears to traction to get the proof points to back the story and then do it? I'm completely open. I've got no opinion on it. My only opinion is I want to do what you think is best. So let's do that. Guys, I almost fell into my trap there. I was getting too directive. And I realized that I might have been directing in the wrong way. Yeah, because how are you going to build a 5-minute version if you don't have the rest of the slides done? It's a great point. Okay, if we do the 5-minute version, okay, switch to the traction slide next. I think that that's a good idea. I think that that's a great idea. Bullet, draft, placeholders will refine. All right. Here we go. We're early, but the signals are strong. Okay, we actually do not have a wait list. We've got a product in market. All right. Well, we will put in the exact numbers later because we're going to do that during the diligence data room setup. Got to make sure that we get these right. Can't be getting caught with our pants down. That would be embarrassing. So we're going to do that. But let's first optional logo garden. All right. We'll just put in placeholders for the time being. That's a great approach. I think I agree. It's good to go and continue with the slides and take that basically the exact approach that you mentioned. So with that said, same type of thing. I'm just kind of giving you my thoughts, stream of consciousness. So I know that later on in the stream, we're going to be actually diving into the data room setup. So we'll get the exact numbers and everything there. We can leave the placeholders in here for the time being. But with that said, you know, traction is still really early. We could just put like, you know, 19 customers paying anywhere from 99 to 500 a month, and daily streams. I mean, followers across all platforms, I think in total is about, I want to say 75,000 across all platforms, but that's including the founders brand. The majority of the founders, or the majority of the followers, are for the founders accounts, and the socials are starting to pick up. So for a little bit of context, we can share a screenshot of our dashboard showing all of the different categories, but on lives we're hitting 20 to 60 people tuning in on the live streams, and then across all platforms in total views, the summary of total view count is in the screenshots, and I've attached screenshots for the total stats for the founders socials as well as for the brand's socials. Okay, how do I Guys, we're gonna get this. Okay. Let's see if I can get this all on one page here. Okay. So that's for me. And this is for my worker. This is actually, oh wait. Oh, because my LinkedIn's attached there. That kind of, okay. Honestly, pretty solid. Pretty solid. All right, guys. As a quick check-in, we're building the deck. We've got the spine. We've got a great narrative coming together. And I mean, many people doubted. They were saying, it's going to be too difficult for you to deliver a full pitch deck from scratch in a couple hours. They also doubted us in launching the entire merch line within 2 hours. They doubted us in launching the entire YouTube channel with 7 fully edited videos live on how to use my worker within 3.5 hours. Many people doubt these things, but the proof is live. You can see it live. This is how we do it. And so many people are always asking, oh, what's this next AI hack? How are we going to do this? How are we going to do that? Well, we show you how to do it. We're doing it here. And it doesn't even look like I'm dialed in the whole time focus. Kind of chatting, talking through things, doing it. But this is the power of these tools, guys. This is why it's like a no-brainer. I mean, just when you look at my worker, come on, it's a no-brainer here. I'm going to respond to my teammate real quick here, and then we're gonna finish this up. All right, let's get back to here. So thankfully we had the stats plugged in. So about 75K followers total, 61,000 impressions in the last 30 days, 26. All right, that. Okay. Do you want me to draft the market slide and actually placeholders until we lock numbers in the data room, or do you want me to double down on them? Awesome. This is coming together nicely. What do you think would be the best approach for us to take? I'm flexible. I could see the benefit in both approaches of having the market slide come next, in terms of what we work on, or we could double down on moat and competition now and sharpen the narrative of how my worker stands out. So, with all of that said, let's figure out what the best approach would be and dive in. Also, guys, yesterday we did our first LinkedIn live stream. Maybe I should have live streamed this to LinkedIn. Maybe that would have been a good idea. Maybe I should have done that. Maybe I should do that right now. I might be able to just go live on LinkedIn right now. You know what? I'm getting distracted here. We're gonna dial in and figure this out. Here we go. LinkedIn. This is the benefit of coming and visiting us on the other platforms, because we've got a good following on LinkedIn that loves our stuff, but we don't we don't stream there. So they're missing all of this. And this is arguably way better than the content I post on LinkedIn. And the LinkedIn content does like the best pretty much. All right. Okay, so just to refocus, we're trying to create this next part of the deck, focusing on either market slide or the competitive moat next. And so it's going to give the breakdown. I'm going to read through it, and then we're going to decide what to do. But this is the power. It's more like getting AI to brainstorm and figure out your available paths, which we're about to go through. And then you make the executive decision of, okay, bang, we're doing this. Let's go. Then you just do it quickly. There's no coordination with the whole team. I remember there was this one time I was building, and it ended up working. We raised money. It's a pretty good approach. Building the deck for SAS mining. So we had a number of advisors. We'd get introductions, pitch to them for practice, but then also see if there are introductions for investors. And every single one of, like, I built the deck with our now CEO. He was involved, went through some back and forth, gave his feedback. And then we spoke with all these advisors that we had, and there was all their feedback that we were all trying to put into this deck. This is just so much back and forth. And there is going to be back and forth here and improvements, but getting this first one done, it's a lot easier to just do it with AI than to go back and forth with a ton of people. Like, I remember there was like at one point 3 people. It was like me, the now CEO, and our previous CFO, and we were all like going through this deck together. I'm like, oh my god, this is like changing these little things, and it used to take so much time to just do something as simple as a deck. Because like the research too, like finding the proper research, you couldn't just ask GPT to do this. Even with the previous GPTs, like GPT-5 is a lot better than, I mean, I'm going to get a lot of hate because a lot of people are hating on GPT-5, but for very complex tasks, GPT-5 is better. Like, it is. I don't know what to say. But anyway, so if we do market size next, you extend the momentum of traction into this isn't just a niche, it's massive. Investors lean in because they see upside scale right after proof of demand. The risk is, without your moat narrative yet, some might think big market, but why my worker versus anyone else? It's a very good point, actually. If we do competition/moat next, you sharpen the differentiation immediately, why my worker wins and why competitors aren't enough. Investors start to believe category creator, which makes your total addressable market feel more yours. The risk is, without total addressable market numbers yet, the competitive fight can feel smaller than it is. Okay, interesting. My recommendation, market size first, then competition/moat right after. The flow feels cleaner. Traction, market, competition, moat. That actually makes sense. This is actually good. I was thinking of it without, I thought it was putting, okay, never mind. This is a good sequence, actually. This sequence builds investor psychology. They have proof the market is enormous, they can own it. That's the arc that primes investors to nod when you get to ask and roadmap. That's a good point, because then we'll be going to the ask and the roadmap right after we talk about our moat. I suggest we draft the market size slide. Drop in the exact numbers once you unlock them during the data room work. Okay. Clear top down and bottom up framing. Thank you for laying that all out. The approach makes sense to me. I like it. Let's do it. We can start with the market size slide. I will be right back. Hmm. Man, I am tired. I'm like zoning out. Got another energy drink to try and get my head in the game. We got a long day ahead of us. All right, I'm just checking on some messages real quick. All right, here we go. Market slide. All right, market opportunity. The sales industry is massive and ripe for disruption. Over $200 billion global spend on sales headcount, tools, and outsourcing. 150K plus companies in the 1 to 10 million ARR range are beachhead, and 5K monthly sales spend per company minimum. So let's see what the narrative notes. See what these narration notes are. Sales is one of the largest cost centers in business today. Globally, over 200 billion is spent every year on sales headcount, tools, and outsource SDR shops. Our beachhead market is founders in the 1 to 10 million revenue range. There are over 150,000 of them. On average, they spend 5,000 or more per month on sales functions, which create over 9 billion in near-term serviceable market just in this segment. And that's just the start. As we expand upmarket into enterprise, we unlock tens of billions more. This is a massive opportunity, and we're positioned to own the category. I like it. I think that sounds pretty good. Like the sound of that. All right. I think we just keep going. Keep the momentum up. All right, next up, we can sharpen the, okay. Awesome. That sounds like a great plan. Let's keep the ball rolling and sharpen that competition and moat so investors understand why my worker wins. Oh, it's thinking. It's thinking a little longer on this one. All right, perfect. And this is where we draw the battle lines. Make my worker feel inevitable. Investors need to walk away thinking tools are crowded, but this category is new. These guys are leading it. We need them to think exactly that. I like the way that they're thinking if they think that. That's for sure. Okay. Competition. Headline: Tools versus teams. The difference is everything. Legacy tools. outreach, Apollo, just CRMs or sales enablement software. Require large sales teams to use them. AI clones, 11x Artisan, feature layer agents, unproven retention, not true end-to-end teams. My Worker AI, category creator, AI sales team as a service, not another tool. I really like that. Yeah, those are good buckets. Legacy tools, AI clones, my worker. Okay. Oh my God. Sleepy. Okay. Oh my God. I wonder if you guys watching are like, oh my God, this guy is just like half asleep right now. I'm gonna we're gonna get through this. We're gonna power through it. This is how we go. We got another energy drink, and we've got the perseverance to push through this wave of tiredness here. And once we get through, once you're on the other side of that, then you start going downhill again in terms of it gets easier. It's like you're get momentum. So we're almost past the momentum part. Okay. Moat slide. Our moat. Every layer strengthens with scale. First mover in AI sales team as a service, distribution flywheel, daily streaming, brand, community, customer funnel, investor pipeline, self-improving product, each new AI model plus data set, stronger my worker agents, execution mode, founder market fit, proven track record. Visual, okay. I think that sounds good. Let's see the narrative notes. I think that the narrative is really where this thing comes in heavy. All right. Competition. Investors ask, how's this different from Outreach, Apollo, or any of these new AI clones? The truth is, those are just tools. Tools require you to still hire and manage as a sales team. Even the AI clones are just features, not full stack solutions. They're narrow, unproven, and ultimately disposable. My worker is different. We're not just building a tool. We're building an entire sales team as a service. That's a new category, and our moat gets stronger over time. We own the category. We have the distribution flywheel through daily streaming that doubles as marketing and credibility. Our product literally improves every time AI models improve, and we're the team with the execution chops. I've scaled companies before, and we're building in public, which compounds trust. Okay, that seems good to me. Also, I do want to mention, you guys might have noticed this, but like in each of these sections, there are some where we go back and forth. We make a little change, redo it, and we had to give a lot of context. But now we're kind of at the point where we've got when you've got the core and everything else around it, like at this point, is just adding to that story. What it's putting out is great. I mean, this is good to like. Yes, we could be nitpicky and do all this stuff and spend 5 times as much time on building this, but in reality, the return on time is just so small in doing those little improvements, especially until we get real feedback. So until I think that like we obviously need it to be good first out the bat, it's going to be good. But until we get actual feedback from actual people, investors, I don't think that we need to uh, go crazy on all these edits. So I think that this is good. All right, next logical step, build the team roadmap and ask slides to complete the story. That sounds good to me. Or polish the narrative arc. Need to be polished. Let's ask what it thinks. Awesome. This is coming together very nicely. I'm curious, what do you think would be the best next step? Do you think we should continue moving on to the team roadmap, ask all that, complete the story? Or do you think that we should pause and polish the narrative arc we already have? I'm open to either route. Let's do whatever you think would be best. All right. I agree. Finish the full story first. Sounds like a great plan. Yeah, I like your idea. Let's continue. We can start with drafting the team slide now, and then yeah, keep the ball rolling. Moving on to those other areas after. All right, guys. I think the narrative's coming along really nicely. Granted, it's kind of what we had at the beginning, although it's definitely been flushed out in a better way. All right. Team slide. Let's go. Founder market fit, proven execution. 10 plus years, founder years, scaled SaaS mining to over 10 million revenue, deep expertise in data centers and AI infrastructure. Advisors and early contributors. Yep. Insert the names and logos. Edge, building a public daily, authentic brand credibility mode. Okay. Narrative. Let's see the narrative. This is personal for me. I spent over a decade building companies at the edge of technological waves. I scaled SaaS mining to over 10 million revenue, running facilities across 3 continents, which gave me a deep understanding of compute, infrastructure, and scaling global operations. Now, with my worker, I'm applying the experience directly into AI and sales automation. And here's what's different. We're not building in stealth. We're building in public, live every day. This gives us distribution, credibility, and community from the ground up. It's a unique edge that compounds as we grow. As we expand, we'll add top tier advisors and hires, but the DNA of this company is already here. Execution, credibility, and momentum. Okay. Seems good. Next step, draft the roadmap. 90 to 180 day milestones tied to fundraising ask. Okay. Okay. Sounds like a great plan. Let's keep the ball rolling. And yeah, let's approach it in the way that you think would be best. Are you leaning towards lean or stuff that's more specific? Specific but crisp. I agree. See, this is where we're going to have to change some things. It doesn't have all the details here. Okay. All right. I was just reading it. So it looks like it gave 90-day and 180-day execution milestones. With this roadmap ties directly to your traction, story, and flows cleanly into the ask slide. I see. Bold structure. Oh, I see. I just misread this. Convert over 100 waitlist users. Launch PLG onboarding. Okay. Hmm. How do we want to approach this? All right. This looks good, and I like the approach. Let's do one final pass to see if you were reviewing this, like if there are any final improvements that you think that we should make. If it looks good to you, then I'm also down to move on to the ask slide. So, yep, let's go with the approach that you think is best. All right, let's see what we got. All right, we got the spine. Problem, why now, vision, solution. Got traction, distribution momentum, market size, frame big enough to feel inevitable, but with a believable near term wedge. A before and after split, replace big, something makes it feel alive. I see. That's actually a really good point. I wonder if Metricool does have like the month over month growth. Let's see how we're looking over the past 3 months. Dang, this is loading really slow. What's going on here? I'll refresh it. Gonna refresh. Okay, so now we got the past 3 months. All right, May through August. It's kind of hard to see the. Oh, this is for like a single performance. I want to see reports. Let's see if we can get a report. And if we can't, we can't. It's fine. But we might as well try customize report. Pick a template. All right. All right, we'll look into that later. So let's just say, those tweaks the second was from great to category. Ready to land the ask. Amazing. I love the updates. They all sound good and make sense. Let's do those and then let's move on to the ask slide. So, yeah, would love to see the ask slide in Apple style and the narrative notes. Thank you. All right, here we go. The ask. Raising X to scale my worker and own the category. Exciting stuff. Okay. We're raising X to scale my worker AI and cement leadership in this new category of AI sales team as a service. This round gives us 18 to 24 months of runway to do three things: build the product, drive the go-to-market, strengthen the team. What does that unlock? Over 250 paying customers, over 50K MRR, live enterprise pilots with strong logos, and category leadership in the fastest moving sector of AI. This isn't about incremental gains. This raise is about making my worker the obvious, inevitable category winner. Okay. What I like about this is it pulls information from like the memory from the chats that I've had in ChatGPT previously. So I actually did a really good job here. It's awesome. Okay. This looks great. Thank you for pulling it all together. Uh, yeah, if you think that that's the best approach for us to stitch everything together into a single outline, slide by slide, Apple style, so we can see the whole thing before polishing, then that sounds good to me. Yeah, let's do it. Do the next best steps here. All right. Let's see how this is. I just skimmed it, but it's basically exactly what we had previously. Um, I think I think it's good. Okay. Thank you for pulling it all together. It looks good. So yeah, I think that now uh, the best next steps, what you laid out, a polished checklist sounds good. So yeah, let's keep the ball rolling. I actually am really curious how ChatGPT would build out the deck, like the actual deck, not like the content, but the PDF versus Perplexity Comet. So we can test that out. Versus Gamma, that's another one. All right, number and proof points. Insert big margin. Yes, that sounds like a good plan. Let's do the rehearsal script outline and make sure that we're pacing the story like a pro in meetings. I'm also down to continue moving forward in whatever way you think would be best. Oh. All right, now we're stepping into performance mode. Okay, time to wake up. Performance mode, baby. Killer delivery. That's what it's saying. Killer delivery here. All right. Smile, breathe. Set the tone. No yawning. Okay. Hi. Hi or hello? I like saying hello, but hello. I'm William, founder of My Worker AI. We're building your AI sales team instantly deployed. Sales is broken. Founders at 1 to 10 million in revenue are either burning millions on bloated teams or facing stalled growth with duct taping tools. Oh, it even says it, like how to say it here. Is this? Oh, this is so fun. Oh my God. Who knew that? Guys, this is mind blowing. All right, I'm going to do my best to be the vessel of this information. Uh, it literally tells you how to say it. I'm not sure if you guys can read it on screen. It is saying, all right, punch the trap and billions wasted lines. Pause after the analogy, like trying to build Amazon with that. Ah, I see. Oh, so it's not giving the full script. I see. I see. Okay. Either way. Okay. I need to stand up for a bit. I need to get some energy. Alrighty. Here we go. All right, let's read through this. All right, so hello, I'm William, founder of My Worker AI. We're building your AI sales team, instantly deployed. Sales is broken. Founders at 1 to 10 million in revenue either burn millions on bloated sales teams or stall growth duct taping sales tools. AI is the biggest shift in human history, and it's happening right now. ChatGPT hit 100 million users in 2 months. Billions are pouring into AI compute, and enterprises are racing to adopt. This is the worst AI will ever be, and it's already transforming industries. Without My Worker, founders are stuck. With My Worker, spin up AI sales teams instantly. Lean, scalable, predictable. This category is inevitable. This is My Worker, not a tool, not a feature, a full sales team in a box. The end of sales headcount as a category. We're early, but the signals are here. 19 paying customers, 75,000 followers, 20 to 60 daily live viewers fueling inbound. This is over a $200 billion market. Our beachhead alone is 150,000 founders, a $9 billion opportunity. And enterprises unlock tens of billions more. So outreach, Apollo, or tools. Outreach and Apollo are tools. 11x and Artisan are features. My Worker is the category. AI sales team as a service. Every release makes us stronger. Daily streaming drives distribution, and we own the narrative. We're not playing in their category. We're creating one. Or we're creating ours. Sounds better. We're not playing in their category. We're creating ours. I've scaled SaaS mining to over 10 mil in revenue across 3 continents. I understand compute, scaling, and execution. And we're building in public daily, giving us trust and reach. In 90 days, product-led growth onboarding, over 100 paying users, 10K MRR. In 180 days, over 250 users, paying users, 50K MRR, and enterprise pilots with key hires. We're raising 1.5 million to scale My Worker and cement leadership in this new category. This unlocks over 250 customers, enterprise pilots, and category dominance. And then end on the tagline: My Worker AI, your AI sales team as a service. All right, so that was the 90-second pitch. Gonna have to make sure that I mentally remember that, but that sounds pretty good. We like that. Okay. 5-minute pitch, first meeting flow. With this, I see. And this is for, okay, I got it. So yeah, let's keep moving on. 8 to 10 common investor objections. That sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. Down to dive into the Q&A. One other thing, just to make sure that we approach this in the best way possible. Is there anything that you think we should do or focus on as well? But yeah, happy to dive into the Q&A. Just want to make sure that we're moving forward in the best way possible. Also, Let's see how we're doing on timing here. Know that we have this full schedule for the stream. Guys, this is going to be a legendary stream. 3.5 hours in, already covered the news, had a customer call, iterated on that customer call, got feedback from over to the team, launched 2 campaigns, or I guess one of the or actually we launched 3 campaigns with this client, but also earlier this morning launched some campaigns and set up an entire account with another client. We actually have that content recorded. I just wasn't able to get on live stream fast enough because these guys were in Asia. I wanted to get all 2.5 hours of sleep that I could. So I'm like, I am waking up. Yeah. Anyway, I'm getting distracted here. Got to focus in. But guys, when we're on stream together, you guys see the velocity. There's no other company in the world has this type of velocity that we're doing here. So, okay. What to focus on next? Big picture, guys. Big picture. Q&A, numbers lockdown, design pass, rehearse out loud. Yeah, we're going to need to rehearse this, guys. We're going to need to rehearse this for sure. Oh, run a couple of safe angels. Safe angel pitches. Bulletproof yourself. Yeah. By the end of the week, we'll be battle ready. Guys, we don't want to wait a whole week here. We're getting bulletproof by tonight. Just for you guys who are just joining. Let's make sure that we get aligned here so you guys see what we're actually talking about here. So look at this. So what time is it? Okay, it's 1 p.m. 1 p.m. So guys, we are already ahead of schedule. By 1 p.m., we would just be getting to the roadmap and these milestones. We're already ahead of that. We already have the first draft ready and we're on Q&A. Q&A wasn't even on here. We're going above and beyond. See, we set the bar unbelievably high, which seemed crazy to try and even do in this time. And then we blew it out of the water. We blew it out. And this doesn't even include our customer call that we had. So you guys are seeing live what is possible here. And this isn't even like full speed. We're narrating this. We could go even faster. But then it would be kind of boring to watch because it would just be me clicking around. So we're gonna keep talking it out loud. But the good part about this, and this is the magic, because we're live, there are 30 of you across different platforms watching right now. But because we're doing this live, we're gonna clip this up with our amazing Joaquin and Ziku. Okay? These guys are going to do an amazing job turning this into clips. And then you might be wondering, okay, well, what happens then? Well, then we're going to get to be able to put this out to way more than the 30 people who are here. I'm going to put it out to tons of people. It's going to be everywhere. And then this weekend, when we hop on with Joaquin, we're going to be looking through this data. We're going to be brainstorming, and we're going to be talking about the hypotheses that we tested this week. Because guys, I'm not sure you would have had to tuned into our last meeting, but this Saturday, weekly meeting. We have the weekly meetings. This Saturday, we're going to dive in. So if you want to see how we do it, it's going to be a lot of fun. We are going to go through the data, and we're on a rolling 2-day schedule. This is the speed at which this amazing team out in Bolivia is executing with us. Every 2 days, we're testing new hypotheses. Let me show you a graph real quick. Let me show you this graph. Okay. This is our 28-day graph. And just be wary that it has a little dip, as you can see. This is in 28 days, in 1 month, because we just had a couple, because we're exploding up, but there's always, you could be like Bitcoin, but you're going to have a little drop. It's kind of hard to see. But the numbers over here, it's like do do do, and then we brought them on, and now we're doing and it's like this. It's like shooting up. So yeah, this is grown. In the past, guys, you ever wondered what a rocket ship might look like? In the past 32, in the past 28 days, 32 new subscribers. And our channel in total has 148. So, I mean, you're looking at like a quarter of our current subs came in the past 28 days. So we're moving quickly, guys. This is quick month over month growth. And this is going to make the story a lot better for investors. But anyway, we'll keep this going. I am all over the place. I'm sorry, Joaquin, that I'm just so disorganized with this. We're gonna keep doing our best to stick to the schedule. We got our eye on the prize. Get this deck done. There are lots of sub things we're doing, but right now, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get this deck done. Okay, so here's the Q&A. These are questions that investors might ask. Okay, we got to prep. And also, just as a heads up, give you a little teaser for later. We're about to go through the Q&A, but after we go through the Q&A, gonna go through the data room later today after the deck. Gonna go through the numbers. Gonna go through the design polish later today, hopefully. Or maybe not the polish, but we'll get a deck created today for sure. For sure. And then live rehearsals. I guess I'm semi-rehearsing right now, live in front of you guys. So don't bust my balls on it. But yeah, we're going to do that. Let's go into the Q&A. So you might be wondering, what type of questions do investors ask? You might be wondering that. What are the questions that these top venture capitalists are diving into? What are these questions? Well, these are some of the questions right here. The top 8. So many of you guys might listen to the pitch we just gave, and you might think, wow, what an amazing pitch. Who wouldn't give them money? And you know what? You're right. And I agree. But some of these Silicon Valley people, they just really love the sound of their own questions. They just love the sound, love hearing it. So they're going to ask some of these questions that you're going to see here, and we're going to have to answer them. So I've heard this one before. This Salesforce just build this? Won't they just build this? Okay. Look. This is the counter. I'm going to say those are great questions. They're big companies. They've got a lot of money. They could go into this for sure. But history would show you that these companies normally don't try and create it from scratch. They like to acquire the winners. We're the one creating this category. We're not an API. Let's see what it said. We're not an API wrapper or feature. We're the category AI sales team as a service. Tools, yeah, okay. Tools don't replace headcount. We do. Every AI release makes us stronger, not weaker. Our mode is distribution, data flywheel, execution speed. Category leaders don't get replaced by platform players. Oh, category leaders don't get replaced by platform players. It's kind of like a tongue twister. Category leaders don't get replaced by platform leaders or platform players. That makes it even harder. What is this? Category leaders don't get replaced by platform players. Say that 10 times fast. I mean, if you can say that 10 times fast, then you deserve an award. Category leaders don't get replaced by platform players. 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 Okay. There we go. All right. How big is this market? All right. Well, sales is a 200 billion plus global spend category. Our beachhead is 9 billion alone. Even conservative slices are multi-billion. This isn't about a TAM, a tool TAM, a tool total addressable market. No, no. It's about replacing sales headcount as a category. Yeah, I'm getting excited. I'm just listening to this pitch, getting excited. Okay, here we go. Why you? That is such an interesting question. It's like you're talking to someone and they just cut in after you've been very generous with your time. You've scheduled a meeting with them and hopped on to give them ownership in your company. And they say, why you? You know, let's see. Let's see what ChatGPT recommends here. This is kind of playing on the back foot. I've scaled SaaS mining to over 10 million revenue across three continents. I know how to execute. I've been at the cutting edge of compute and infra for a decade. I understand where AI is going. And we're building in public, which compounds trust, credibility, and daily distribution daily. Oops. I feel like that's not like the best. I guess it's a good answer. I mean, yeah, it's just going into the data, you know? Let's see the data. So data-driven investors should like that. Okay. I have to stop zoning out. We're gonna lock in. We got a lot ahead of us, guys. We got a lot ahead of us. We need to start trying to break Guinness Book of World Records. That's what we're gonna do. Not this stream, because we gotta finish. We need to use all of our minutes on this, but I feel like there's got to be some type of records that we're breaking over here. I don't know which ones, but records are probably being broken, and we're not even recognizing the Guinness World Record breakthroughs. So maybe tonight, after we finish all of our work, we will do that. Okay, you're early. What traction do you really have? Okay, we've got 19 customers. I mean, we got customers. What do you want? Huh? What do you want? We got followers. We got people tuning in. You guys are here right now. Got customers. Got audience. We're going live. We're building in public. Our traction isn't just the revenue. The revenue is so insignificant compared to where this is going. I mean, if someone goes to you and they're like, hey, in a year, we'll give you $100 million. Okay? Let's say someone said that to you. In a year, we'll give you $100 million. And you look at them and you're like, why you? You have less than a million today. You have it's like, okay, yes, that is true. But why are we looking at the here and now? There's a reason it's called investing. I mean, look, you could go and you could buy you could go and buy Amazon right now for sure. You could go buy Apple right now. It's going to cost a lot more. Coming in, giving you the upside opportunity. Anyway. Okay. It's momentum, visibility, and distribution. Guys, if they're questioning our revenue, we should show them our billboards. And if you tuning in have not seen these billboards, you know, later on, Joaquin, I'll dial back in here. I know that you're probably like you're all over the place. We're going to show you some very exciting billboards later that I mean, we have some of the best billboards out there. My Worker, when you think of amazing billboards, just think of My Worker AI. Think of amazing billboard, My Worker. Bad billboard, competitors. Amazing billboard, my worker. Just get that hammered in. Like amazing. Like amazing, my worker. Awful, competitors. Okay? Okay. Next question. Next question. What if AI slows down? Adoption isn't hypothetical. ChatGPT. This is like too argumentative. If someone says, "What if AI slows down?" Do you want to know? Oh, let's read the rest of what ChatGPT thinks, and then I'll tell you what I'm going to say. Adoption isn't hypothetical. ChatGPT hit 100 million users faster than any product ever. Billions are being poured into compute. Enterprises are shifting budgets now. The wave isn't optional. It's happening. If someone says, "What if AI adoption slows down?" So I'm going to say. I'm going to say, look, if you think that AI adoption is going to slow down, if you think that this technology is not here to stay, then we are not the company for you. I might just hang up on them. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to try and be polite, but if they're trying to nitpick over thinking that AI adoption is going to slow down, I mean, what other crazy ideas are they going to try and bring to this exponential organization? That's like trying to win a like like a championship, like a basketball championship, and you put like a 5'4" person in for LeBron. It's like why are you gonna take out the people who could be there? Like it's like you only got so many people places on the court. You want to put the best people. You can't have someone who doesn't know what's going on in the tech out there. And I know this comes off as crazy and cold. I'm semi joking, but yeah, I mean, if they ask what if adoption slows down, I'll say very respectfully and directly, I'll say, look, there are a lot of companies you can invest in, and we're not a company to invest in if you think that AI adoption is going to slow down. Point blank. Still going to wish you the best. We clearly will see the world very differently, but if you think it's going to slow down, it's not the company for you. We're building for a world where you've got much stronger technology, much stronger infrastructure. We're living in the future that has more powerful technology. So if they don't believe that, I mean, if they don't understand and piece these things together, it's one thing with investors. You're not going to, like, you're taking the seat away from someone who could be a great partner who comes on board and helps. So I would probably say that. But this is a much more logically driven. I mean, this would probably be more convincing to a computer. So, how do you differentiate? I think that this one's more spot on. So, how do you differentiate? The incumbents, Apollo, Outreach, Legacy, need humans to operate, much slower to adopt, not AI native. I mean, the list goes on and on. They're obviously going to need to rebuild or acquire or do something. Now, 11x and Artisan, they're much more narrow AI feature, still geared towards AI native, disposable. We're the only one going end-to-end category creator for an AI sales team as a service. Yes, there are going to be similarities. We both are helping with sales, but fundamentally we're aiming at different products. All right. What's your business model? Can this scale? Super simple. Simple SaaS subscriptions, 99 to 500 a month per founder. Expands into enterprise with higher ACVs. Early revenue validates willingness to pay. Scale comes from automation and PLG motion. Category defining companies start with simplicity, then grow into platform scale. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . I should probably practice how I'm going to say this out loud, just so I'll just answer it how I answer. I mean, this is just what I think. So, what's your business model? Can it scale? Simple subscription based on usage. We can expand into larger enterprise contracts with higher average contract values. There's clearly a willingness to pay, and scale comes from automation and product-led growth motion. The category defining companies start with simplicity, then grow into platform scale. Okay. Why raise now? Why this much? This is a very important question. Very important question. Guys, if you're thinking about questions that are important, this one, very important question. This might not be the perfect way to put it or the right answer, but in reality, it's like you're drinking from the hose and you don't want all this water to go to waste. It's like, I can't drink all done. Oh no, the battery's exhausted. Just as we were talking about exhaustion, the battery has been exhausted. Guys. All right, guys. This is what we're going to do. Clearly right now, we've been going hard, okay? We are making a lot of progress, and unfortunately, the cameras died. This is a spot where you might see some people giving up. Some people might throw in the towel here. But no, not us. Not us. What have we done already? We've already plugged in the camera and it is charging. So we are already, that's how quick we begin to fight back. But now that this has happened, we are going, I am dialed in, guys. I am dialing in. We're going to get this work done and we're getting into it. Okay. So, we're going to go with just what's on screen here. So this is what we're focused on. Why raise now? Why this much? So we validated demand. I gave the hose analogy. We'll see what the actual proper response is. Well, when you validated demand and you've built early traction and you've defined a new category, you need to grow. This round unlocks over 250 customers, over 50K MRR, and enterprise pilots in 6 months. And now is the moment to cement our leadership and AI sales team. So I think that we can, as it mentions here, flip these objections into strengths. Investors will feel like you already have the answers in your bones. Guys, we have the answers in our bones. I can feel it. Want me to also draft a red team investor Q&A drill sheet? Tougher, almost hostile questions. Yes, we want it. Yes, that sounds like a great plan. Let's draft the red team investor Q&A drill sheet with the tougher and almost hostile questions and make sure that we are ready for the most skeptical VCs in any room. Okay, guys. This is what we're doing. We're getting the red sheet ready. The hardest punches and turn them into conviction. Ooh, they're trying to call us out. Isn't this just an API wrapper on OpenAI? What stops someone from copying you in a weekend? How insulting. Oh, yeah. Look, if this were a wrapper, you'd be right, but my worker isn't a feature, it's a category. I feel like we need to be investors have some pretty big egos, I will tell you. So a lot of this, I think, is less about the content and more about having them feel heard, just to put that out there. That seems to be how we need to approach this. So I'll practice giving these answers. I'm not even going to read what ChatGPT said. I'm just going to try and answer. So I'm going to read the question out loud. I'm going to answer it how I would answer without looking at the notes. I'm not going to look. I'm just going to answer it how I'd answer it. Isn't this just an API wrapper on OpenAI? What stops someone from copying you in a weekend? So I would say that's a great question. At the end of the day, I think that you're going to see a lot of API wrappers get crushed, and that meme of OpenAI killed my startup is going to only become more prevalent with the more powerful technology. The way we're looking at it is the opposite of just a wrapper. We're trying to define a new category with the most powerful infrastructure that you have today and the infrastructure that hasn't yet been built. And we're betting on a future where the base infrastructure in the industry is much stronger. It's a big bet. If it doesn't get a lot stronger, then you fundamentally can't build the product that we're looking to build with an AI sales team as a service. So it's a great question. And to your point, we see it the same way. We do not want to get crushed by OpenAI's new release. And we definitely don't want to build or waste distribution on something that someone can copy in a weekend. Boom, bang, bang. I'm not sure let's see what this said. It's not GPT for sales. It replaces your SDR with a scalable AI sales team. The moat isn't the AP. Okay, I think my answer is better, but yeah, it's good to just get the practice on the question. So I'm going to read the next question and I'm going to answer it without looking. How do you defend against Salesforce or HubSpot adding this as a feature? That is an amazing question. I think it goes to your last question of how do you ensure that you're not getting replaced by a new update or a new release from an incumbent? And I think that, first off, many companies will get killed like this. I think that a lot of companies going and raising VC don't have a good defensible moat or product that they're building. We're approaching this in a fundamentally different way where we're, instead of building something that could be rolled out as a feature, we're trying to build something that sounds impossible, but we believe can be built, and with a couple new unlocks in the technology make it possible. So it's not something that can even be dreamed of being launched as like a new feature. Instead, it's more of a bet on the future of what can be built. Okay, so this says Salesforce adding a feature doesn't kill a category leader. That's actually a good point. Like maybe positioning it as that. Otherwise, this is the question we're doing right now. Big platforms move slow. Their features feel bolted on. We're focused and fast. I mean, this is true. I don't like giving this as an answer though, because I feel like this is legitimately what every startup is going to say. Oh, we're fast. We're focused. The big guys are slow. Well, at the end of the day, the big guys have a lot of money and they're actually moving pretty fast now because they've got AI. Not as fast, but still fast. Okay. Category defining companies don't get out featured. They own the narrative and distribution. Yeah. So I guess if I do get this question, I can answer it the way I did, but I would also add in, yeah, that makes complete sense. And our aim is to be a category leader here. And category leaders aren't the ones at risk of being made obsolete from a new feature. So I'll add that into my answer. It's a good thing we're going through this exercise, guys. This is the little additional prep. Thank God we crushed that deck so fast so we can just go right into this. All right. This is a funny one. Okay. Your traction is tiny. Why should I care about 19 customers? I'm going to answer this without looking. I actually am so curious at what ChatGPT ends up saying. So you're trying this tiny, why should I care about 19 customers? I'll say, look, you're 100% right. In the world of AI, 19 customers is nothing to write home about, and it's very tiny, and it's definitely not where we're going. Uh, it's shown that we can get customers, validate demand, and we honestly have more demand than just these 19 customers. The big question becomes, how do we build a scalable business with a good model that builds a good reputation and solidifies ourselves as a category leader? And at any stage where you have a company that's raised, in this case, 650K, you're not going to build a category leader off 650K. And that's why we're looking for capital partners. Want to partner with great people, people who understand the space, and who are part of this journey where it definitely is not stopping at 19 to 100 customers. We're trying to go big and define a new category. I answered that kind of shittily. It'll get better. It's kind of a off-putting question here, but let's see what AI said. The other thing also before I read what AI said is what I don't like about it is that I rambled. And when you ramble, you seem like unconfident is maybe the right word, but I think that at the end of the day, we're both doing each other a favor. Well, there's a reason why you come together with a capital partner to try and scale, and it almost seems like defensive. And maybe that's why it's asked in this way, but I think it needs to really just be like, look, I think let me read it and then I'll give you what I think is a better answer. So 19 paying customers at this stage is validation, not scale. It proves willingness to pay. Okay, that's what I said. Our distribution flywheel is pulling in thousands of eyeballs a day, every day. That's a pipeline that compounds. Early traction isn't about numbers, it's about momentum, and momentum is undeniable. Okay, so it's pretty similar to what I said. Maybe the best answer would just be you're 100% right. 19 customers is very tiny and nothing to write home about, especially compared to where we're going. What we look at in terms of this is a willingness to pay for what we're building, even though we're still so far away from that product. And it also shows that we have a lot of momentum. We're building in public, we've got people excited and people willing to pay for a product that is in such an infantile stage compared to where it's going to be in the coming year after funding. It's getting there. It is getting there. That one, if you guys have any feedback on how we can better answer that, feel free to hit me up. But we're going to keep the ball rolling and move to the next one here. All right. Founders have tried AI SDRs before. Why won't you fail like them? Okay. So I'll answer it before reading what ChatGPT said. I am curious what ChatGPT says, because this actually is a fairly common question. So I would say you're 100% right. There have been many AI SDRs, probably too many to count. Almost all of them have failed. I'll just say all of them have failed. Almost all of them. They haven't like fully failed. There have been too many AI SDRs to count. When you try and build a category defining company, timing is everything. Uber wasn't the first one to try and do ride sharing. And in reality, this space, the infrastructure is not there. Even today, the infrastructure is not fully there for where we're trying to go. But the timing that we're at right now is the perfect inflection point to be able to continue building and validating in public and building trust with the people on our product, but then also being in the pocket for when you do have the ability to create the category. And so I would say that it's true, but the timing is different now. Now is the worst that AI is ever going to be. And compared to where all of these other people attempted, it's the best it's ever been. All right, let's see what AI said. Previous attempts were either too early, AI is not, okay, so pretty similar, or too narrow, just features, not teams. Timing is every. Okay, this is literally what I said. The compute and adoption curve is fundamentally changed. Unlike stealth builders, we're live in public, proving credibility and compounding trust daily. All right. What if customers churn? AI sales teams sound risky. Okay. What if customers churn? This is actually a great question. I'm going to answer this. AI is probably going to answer this differently. I haven't read it yet, but I think the way I'm going to approach this is actually very different. So, what if customers churn? AI sales teams sound risky. Um, that's a great question, and to be completely honest, I think that churn is going to be very high initially, and that is just because the tech right now is still underdeveloped to actually make an AI sales team as a service uh, possible. I think that that's one of the reasons why this distribution and building in public is really important, because in order to build trust and show what is happening uh, for when the timing is right and the tools are better, if you want to be positioned perfectly, then you have to kind of start when the tech isn't there. I mean, over the past handful of months, our month over month churn is higher than I would say your traditional venture backed uh, sales, uh, your traditional venture backed company, startup company. But that is by nature the fact that the technology still needs to get there. All right, maybe I answered that really shittily because I'm just trying to be transparent, but like maybe I need to end it on the note that's positive. So, I actually, okay, now that I'm reading this, I think I have a better way to answer. So I'm going to read what it said and then I'm going to give my better answer. I feel like I dove too much into like churn, where they're going to start asking like too many questions thinking it's an issue versus like, okay, what if customers churn? Churn is always a risk, but sales inefficiency is a bigger risk. We can deliver even 1 to 2 incremental deals a month for a founder at 1 to 10 mil ARR. ROI is immediate. Okay. You know, I think the way I answered is actually really bad. So I'm going to answer it like this. So what if customers churn? Well, I'm going to say you're 100% right. Churn is always a risk, especially in a field where you're at the cutting edge of the tech. But I would argue sales inefficiency is a bigger risk, and because it directly affects your bottom line as a founder. And if our product can deliver 1 to 2 incremental deals per month for a founder at 1 to 10 million ARR, then ROI is immediate. So our early customers are sticking because the alternative is worse, which is burning millions or stalled growth. That is a way better answer. Oh my God. Okay. Honestly, I think that every answer I've given is probably on par. Some I would argue are actually even better than what ChatGPT's given. That one, holy crap. ChatGPT's response is way better than mine. Made my response look like trash. All right, let's see something. 1 second, guys. All right. So this is a funny question. Your moat sounds fluffy. Sounds fluffy. If they're throwing around the word fluffy when talking about my moat, then that is concerning. All right, guys. I was just I'll actually pull it up on screen because I kind of want to see this. There's apparently a demo video. Um, let's see here. And guys, also, if you're just joining, I want to let you know that I am fully aware that the camera is off. It's because we're charging it at the moment. So we unfortunately are cameraless, but that's okay. All right, we're gonna look at this this video here. All right, want to unlock 5 leads. All right, give me a walkthrough, unlock 5 free leads. Enter a company website. It's pretty cool. All right, I'm going to message this guy back real quick. Appreciate him putting that together. Let's see. I wonder if I can do the voice note here. Actually, I can do it on my phone, so I think I'm going to do it that way. All right. Hey, how's it going, Santiago? I appreciate you putting together that video and sending that over. Yeah, would love to hear more about your ideas around what you had in mind for the refined MVP approach. Uh, Thanks, and look forward to catching up. All right, we're going to open this up too. And then we will get back to the deck where they said that it sounds fluffy. Okay. All right, your moat sounds fluffy. Where's the hard defensibility? Okay. If someone asked me this, I would say, that's a great question. What about the moat sounds fluffy in particular to you? That is probably how I'd answer the question, because what am I going to just start defending a moat that he thinks is fluffy, but I don't know why he thinks it's fluffy? He's like, where's the hard defensibility? If he asked that, I would probably say, okay, that's a great question. What do you traditionally consider hard defensibility for startups at an early stage? That is what I would ask. Sometimes these questions are not positioned. It's a lose-lose, because think about how it's a lose-lose. Either, let's say you ask me this question, Will, your moat sounds fluffy. Where's the hard defensibility? So let's say I give the answers that the AI gives: distribution mode, daily streams. Competitors don't have that. Self product mode, self improving with every AI release. That's leverage competitors can't match. Execution mode, founder with but at the end of the day, like, yes, that's a moat, but there are people with over 75,000 followers. There are people with like every new AI release. There are blah, blah. So it's like I'm not the only founder that's gotten a company to over 10 million revenue. There are tons. So like none of these are like in that of themselves a fully defensible moat. So I think that the big key, the big key for us, I'm just going to take this camera thing off. It's like kind of, yeah, there we go. I think the big thing for us is really just like nailing down on saying, like, he's saying, where's the hard defensibility? I'm like, I can list a bunch of things, but what do you consider hard defensibility? So, but yeah, after he says that, I would say any of these three. That is most. So if he's like, okay, like distribution, blah, 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 like this, I'll be like, that's a great point. We've got over 75K followers between myself and the company across the platforms doing the daily streams. We've got a content engine. Competitors don't have all of that. But I do believe that there are also other moats like the product and execution moat. But for your hard defensibility side, I would say that matches the most. Will the defensibility grow over time after we've raised more than 650K? 100%. But until now, this is what we got. Okay. If you were investing in Amazon, I think you'd have a little bit more defensibility than my worker at this stage, or OpenAI. But we're not charging you a $500 billion price tag to get into the equity. All right. So next, why are you the person to build this if you don't have a SaaS background? Ooh, they're getting aggressive here. I would say that's a great point. If you're back in a team, you definitely want the team building it to be part of the ICP. You want them to have expertise. You want to remove the execution risk as much as possible. In terms of my background, you're right. I don't have just a traditional SaaS background. My background in SaaS mining, I would argue, is actually even more difficult because we had to build and the SaaS play to be scalable and have to build a SaaS product, but integrate that with Bitcoin, wallet technology, and hard infrastructure, like actual hardware with data center facilities. So I actually think that you're right. No SaaS background actually gives us a slightly bigger advantage because it's like both. On top of that, unlike most founders building in public, I've built an audience before, built it quickly, and now after 1 month of hopping into building audience again, the stats are all over 25% month over month growth. So it just sounds kind of defensive. I just think that why are you the person to build this? It's like, look, I've executed on not only SaaS, on hardware, scaled to over 10 million revenue across 3 continents, understand infra, compute, AI, which are the foundations here. And the big piece that many founders who might have those others things that they don't have is the marketing eye for being able to and having a track record of building an audience in public. So I think that that's a good story. No, great story. All right. Next question. This feels like hype. What happens if AI is overblown? This was kind of the question that we addressed earlier. It feels like hype, Will. What happens if AI is overblown? I'll say, look, that's a great point. And if it was hype, then OpenAI and all these other AI companies are probably awful investments. I will also say that AI technology waves always feel like hype until they don't. The internet looked like hype in 1995. The big difference here is that ChatGPT hit 100 million users faster than anything in history. Enterprises are shifting billions of dollars into AI, and we're not betting on purely someday adoption because we believe that it's here. I truly believe the timing couldn't be better. But for those who think that the timing isn't here, I don't think that this is a fit. Okay, why raise now? Shouldn't you wait for more traction? I would say you're correct. This is the $100 million question. When to raise? I believe that we've taken it very far, and the timing at a macro level is putting now as category land grab time, and timing matters. If we wait, someone else defines the space. We have proof of demand. The raise accelerates us into clear category leadership, and investors win by backing momentum early, not waiting until it's obvious. That one I read. I didn't come up with that. But I like that answer. I'm just reading them now. Or maybe, this last one I'll answer without reading. That is kind of how I would answer. I'm going to try answering that question now without looking at it. So why raise now? I would say, look, you're 100% right. That's the trillion dollar question. I'll say that's the $1 trillion question. Right now, We've raised only 650K to date, and this is category land grab time. I believe that the timing is perfect. We've proven demand, we've proven execution, we've got tremendous momentum, and investors win by backing momentum early, not until waiting until it's unbelievably obvious. Could do that, but then you're buying into $500 billion valuation rounds with OpenAI. Okay, now finally, last question. I'll answer this off the cuff as well. What if this is just another AI feature fad that disappears? What if this is just another AI feature fad? This is very similar to the other one. I mean, I would, at this point, just reiterate saying, look, I 100% agree. As a VC that's trying to make fund level returns, it makes zero sense to back a feature fad that disappears or even put money that is aiming to be a feature fad. That's certainly not what we're aiming for or looking to do. And we're trying to define a category. We've got a lot of momentum, and investors make money from hopping on momentum early rather than once everyone's already on board. Okay. Let's see what it says. I guess it reiterates AI sales team as a service isn't a feature. It's a fundamental shift how orgs are built. Just like AWS replaced rack servers, my worker replaces SDR headcount. This isn't a fad. It's a new operating model. Okay. All right, cool. Oh my God. Man, what exciting stuff we're doing here, guys. You guys are seeing how you prep to win. And we're answering the hard-hitting questions. They're not asking these questions on podcasts. These are the questions getting asked behind closed doors. And you know what? It almost feels like that because our camera's dead. But I'm going to put our camera on very soon. Maybe I put the camera back on right now and see how much juice we got in it. Let's see. But let's get this going. Yes, that sounds like a great plan. Let's absolutely do that. Get the power question sheet ready. And let's get our questions that we should ask back. Let's flip the script, show how we're selective. Also, this is what, we can be selective because what we have built and worked towards, we have earned the right to be selective. So these questions are going to be important. Let's see how much battery we have left on this camera. Okay. We've got, let's see. Oh my God, we're only at 20%, 27%. Okay, we're gonna let this charge a little bit more. But if you are tuning in, you are not gonna wanna miss what we got going on. I mean, this is category creation behind the scenes. This is where the rubber meets the road. It's where the rubber meets the road, guys. Here we go. Our questions to ask. How do you think about category creation? Have you backed founders who redefined markets before? Ooh, coming out strong. It's a good question. Do we want to go with someone who hasn't backed a category creator? No. Okay. Speed versus consensus. When you see a big wave like AI, do you prefer to wait for more data or move fast on conviction? Okay. I like this. Value add. What's the most meaningful way you've helped a founder at our stage scale? We're separating the tourists from the real partners. Okay? We're not talking about tourism. This isn't Hawaii, guys. We're not on vacation. We're asking for no tourists. We're looking for real partners, okay? This isn't, this isn't, you know, this isn't Ibiza, okay? We're not here to just party. We're here to lay down roots, okay? Real partners. All right, founder support. Guys, are you going to support me? Hey, guys, where's my support? That's what we need to be asking. Guys, when things get tough, and they always do, how do you support founders through those moments? Guys, where is this support? All right, firm fit. Where do you see my worker fitting into your broader thesis on the future of work in AI? We're asking power move questions, guys. You know, this I'm loving this knowledge. I know we're at 27%, but I feel like the camera needs to be on. Okay, so we're gonna get the camera back on. That's what we're gonna do right now. So those of you guys who are joined, we've got 32 of you here across the different platforms. And I appreciate how you guys have stuck with us, okay? You guys have stuck with us through this difficult period of being cameraless. And that commitment is not lost on me, I will say. I respect that. So here's what we're doing. We're gonna get NVIDIA broadcast up. We're gonna get this camera back on. All right, we're back. We are back and better than ever. All right. Camera looks a little crooked here. Okay. All right, guys. We're going to go through these questions. Power questions. Okay? We're not messing around. Whoops. What's going on here? This out of the way. All right, guys. Power questions. Crush the energy drink right before. Look, they put us in the hot seat. We were over there in the hot seat answering these questions. Now they're in the hot seat. All right, so we got to ask them, how do you think about category creation? Have you backed founders that have redefined markets before? Maybe we need to sound a little less pompous, less douchey. Like, I know it's like kind of funny to ask in that way, but maybe we say more collaborative, you know? Like, actually, that's a good question. Maybe we should run some practice sessions with investors. But I mean, it is a legitimate question. I am curious. How do you think about category creation? And have you backed founders that have redefined markets before? Let's hear about their track record. And then they say, yes, we have. No, we haven't. There should be like a follow-up question. Like, no matter what they say, I'm like, interesting. Like, interesting. Okay. Okay, next question. When you see a big wave like AI, do you prefer to wait around for more data, or do you move fast on conviction? Let's see. Adrian, that's a great question. See, guys, we are building live. We've got Adrian in the house asking a great question on Twitch, okay? For those of you guys on YouTube or other platforms, I don't know if any of you guys are watching on Trovo, on Kick, on X, or on one more that I'm forgetting. But no matter where you're dialing, Adrian asked a question. He said, hey, man. And then he said, you need to have a few investors you don't give a F to practice on them first. That is a great question, or a great statement. I don't know how you meant it. And I agree. I actually got a very good piece of advice. This VC that gave me this advice, I'm not going to share their name publicly. They're a tier 1 VC, okay? Not going to share their name because I appreciate them giving this advice. And I didn't ask if I could share their name publicly yet, but we're in discussions about them coming in to lead the round. But, well, they're interested in leading. I told them that we're not raising yet. I told them we're going to raise in probably 3 to 6 months. But I was asking for advice. It's like, want some good advice. And he proved himself as, he was already came off as very smart. The guy's track record, pretty unbelievable. Literally a super genius. But he actually said, let's go through a brainstorming session. I gave him some background, and then he came up with an amazing strategy. And I was just like, wow, this guy's a good partner. This guy knows what he's talking about. Now I'm going to drop the sauce that it actually is kind of similar to what you mentioned, Adrian. So basically, he said, you know who the overall list is. Let's say you get a list of like 60 to 100 investors, but like get those top 60. Then you make your like B tier list and your A tier list. And then you practice on, it's basically exactly what Adrian said. You go and you pitch and you open your round to the B tier and get term sheets. And it's like, you get those term sheets in, get them in. And then as soon as you get the term sheets, you go to the tier 1s and you're like, look, you guys seem pretty cool. Not too bad. Like the way you guys roll. He didn't say any of this, by the way, but he just said, take those term sheets and you bring them and reach out saying, hey, look, we got term sheets. We're reaching out now. We're looking to make a deal. Are you guys slow? Or do you have conviction and you're ready to move fast and make something happen and back a category winner? So, I added a little stuff to that, but overall the structure is what I got from him, and it's a good structure, and it's a structure that Adrian as well has put out there. And for this, obviously when we go in for the pitch, we're going to be much more polished than this. We're just getting into it, doing it here for the first time here live in front of you guys. Obviously, I've talked about the business quite a bit, but this is the first time we're really sitting down, digging in. And Adrian, look, if you've got any advice, you have any questions, you think that maybe we could do something differently here, then let me know. Also, Adrian, you got to DM me on Twitch your address because I got to ship you a hoodie. And for everyone watching, this is what you get for interacting, being an awesome, loyal, I don't even know what to call you guys. I don't want to say audience. I want to say more like community, but even community is an overused term, but just someone who comes, hangs out, has a good time. We all win together. I'm going to show you guys what Adrian is getting here. Guys, I've been getting a lot of compliments on this, and I've only worn it a couple of times. I just got the merch in. Actually, I'm also wearing a My Worker shirt right now. You're just looking at pure quality. Pure quality. It's kind of hard to tell on the camera, but it's like a very, very cool, very good shirt here. And then we got the merch, the My Worker merch. Yes, the hoodie. Look at this. Look at this hoodie. You're looking at, first off, I'll do an up close for you guys. So you got, it's just very clean on. It's not. It's just like exactly how you'd want it. And then the fit is great. I'll show you the back. The artwork. It's like famous, like just super detailed. Look at that. You can literally see like every vein. So highly detailed, artiste. And then I'll show you, I'm going to be kind of hot because my room's kind of hot, but yeah, handmade art, quality. It is truly like wearing a piece of, Like, I know it's very different because the Mona Lisa, you can't really wear the Mona Lisa. But as you know, the Mona Lisa is like a piece of art. So, like, imagine, it's even got like some similar colors, but like, imagine if you could wear the Mona Lisa as a piece of art, like as a hoodie. Imagine if you had the Mona Lisa turned into a hoodie and you could wear it. It's kind of how I feel right now. I mean, I was feeling good because I had my worker t-shirt on. But now with this hoodie, I mean, I feel like I'm ready to I'm ready to get stuff done, you know? So we got a great hoodie here, great art, ready to rock and roll. I hit a great workout in this the other day, by the way. So I've already made muscular gains with this hoodie. I've gotten compliments on this hoodie. I've owned this hoodie for under a week. I have, yeah, I don't even know what to say. I think, a lot of things have happened, but life has gotten better with this hoodie, is all I'm saying. Okay. It's a great hoodie. And because Adrian comes in and engages in the chat, he got a hoodie. I threw it out there. I was like, you know what? We want winners in here, and this hoodie clearly levels up, makes winners. And so Adrian, starting early too, guys. This guy's a beast. He's getting in on the business game early. He's 19, I believe, if I remember correctly. He's also putting 50% gains, 50+% gains. I think it depends on the domain, but there are definitely gains. 50% in 1 week would be an astounding gain for a hoodie. I mean, that would be, in terms of the impact of a hoodie, having over 50% gains in 1 week would be remarkable. I don't think we're quite there, but I will say that compared to any hoodie, clothing, even most art in the world, I don't think that I would feel like if someone said, Will, we're going to give you this this piece of art from the Louvre. We're going to give you this statue, and we're also going to give you this. It's a priceless painting, but a $10 million painting. I would be ecstatic. I would be thinking, wow, I just got this priceless statue, $10 million painting. But I really don't know if it would have the type of effect that this hoodie has had in terms of just overall happiness and, you know, overall quality of life that we have achieved this past week. So we're doing really well, feeling good, and just had to put that out there because I saw Adrian in the chat, and Adrian is getting one of these hoodies. My room is really hot right now, though, so I am going. Oh, damn, but it does look good. I'm just gonna turn up the AC so I can keep this hoodie on because I'm feeling I'm feeling ready to go now in this hoodie. I'm gonna be real with you guys. It's hot in here. Like, it is actually hot. Like, but I'm gonna turn up the AC so I can keep wearing this hoodie. I'll be right back. Okay. And we got another energy drink, so we are good to go. And for those of you guys who are just tuning in, okay, we have quite possibly, I don't even know, but potentially set some records today. We, from scratch, built A tier pitch deck and story and narrative. And when you guys hear it, you're going to think, wow, this must have taken a week, 2 weeks, a month, perhaps. People prepare for raises for months. Well, unfortunately and fortunately, we don't have that luxury to do that because at my worker, we're drinking from the hose. And it's too much going on that we can't even keep up with all the customer demand. So right now, we do not have time, months, weeks to waste on a raise and putting together materials. So the goal that we set out for this stream is we want to build the entire pitch deck, and then we're going to build out the entire data room, and we're going to do all this on stream, and we're going to fully prepare for these calls. And we're going to do all of this amazingness. We're going to do it live. And it's been a good time. So we're going to keep it going. Let's ask the rest of these questions. So yeah, when you see a big wave like AI, do you prefer waiting until you have a ton of data to find conviction, or do you move fast on conviction to back winners? And there is no right answer. Sometimes like some people are very, they need to see all the data, but then I'm just curious which bucket you fall into. Okay, so that's the question that we're asking. We just asked question number 2. Now we're going to ask the investor question number 3. What's the most meaningful way that you've helped a founder at our stage scale? And then I like the idea of no matter what they say, really interesting. All right. Step number 4, guys. Step number 4. This is the 4th question. When things get tough, and they always do, how do you try and support founders through those moments? There we go. There we go. All right. Firm fit. See how their firm fits my worker. What is their investor market fit for my worker? The market of my worker's investment round. What is the investor market fit here? All right, let's see this. Oh, this is the opposite. Where do you see my worker fitting into the broader thesis on the future of work and AI? Where do you see my worker fitting into your broader thesis on the future of work and AI? All right. And if they say that they don't see a fit, well, then I'll just be like, all right, well, wish you the best. Clearly, you raised on a unfortunate thesis from your LPs, but it is what it is. We will part ways on good terms. All right. Now, final 2 questions we'll ask. It's almost like we're interviewing them. I would love to see if I can do... I guess I'd have to ask. I have to ask them if I could live stream the fundraising conversations. All right. How do you approach follow-on rounds? What does a company need to show to earn your continued backing? This is a fire question. Guys, this is a great question. Oh my gosh. It came out so like nonchalantly, but guys, this is a question that is a good question to ask. And so many experienced founders don't ask this question. And do you want to know how I know that? Because I forget to ask this question. I forget to ask this question. I think I've asked this question like once. It was like a spur of the moment, phenomenal question. This is a question that you should be asking. Have you asked this question? Ask yourself, have you asked this question? And if the answer is no, thank God you're on the stream, because now you're going to be able to ask this question. And you might be thinking, Will, why is this question important? Why should we be asking this question? Well, I'll tell you. Let's say that you raise from the wrong VC, or you don't understand how people should be approaching follow-on rounds. Well, you could be shooting yourself in the foot. Then they're going to qualify themselves to you. Get it out there. What does a company need to show to earn your continued backing? Get those in place. Get their buy-in. So if they fuck you, at least then you guys are on the same page, and they kind of got to acknowledge. They're like, yeah, well, like you are kind of getting fucked, and they have to say, because if you do it, let's say that you do what they say that you need to do to earn their continued backing, and then they don't back you, then they're hypocritical. So it's a good question. And it's like, more importantly, outside of that, I know I'm kind of messing around, but outside of that, what's actually very important is you want to know what type of criteria you need to hit in order to get that continued backing to grow. All right. Adrian sent me his shipping details to get this hoodie off. All right. We will get you the hoodie for show. And you know what else? We will do that after the stream. I can't be getting too distracted. Let's see how on target. Adrian, were you here? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to be leaking. I'm not going to dox you on stream. Don't worry, dude. So let's see how we're doing on our time. So it's actually 2:11 here. My computer is off. This is in Pacific time. So at 2:11, we should be rehearsing and recording. Okay, so we actually... Okay, so we are literally right on schedule. We gotta speed through this. I've been kind of messing around a little too much. So, all right. If we partner, who's the first intro you'd make that would help us move the needle immediately? All right, this is also a great question. Let's keep this going. Investor one pager investor battle card. Sounds good. Let's do it. Thank you. Actually, my co-founder, Adrian asked, for those of you guys, you don't use Notion for your to-do list. And you know what? I could be more organized. I just kind of do things right off the bat instead of plugging it into to-do lists. But I'm getting better at it. We're working on it. My co-founder is very good with Notion and uses Notion. All right. We still have, okay, tight single slide version. Keep it at the back of your deck or for your eyes only. What do you think would be best? Let's do the approach that you think would work and that we should do. All right, guys, we're ripping through this. The AI is already in this chat trained, not only on the memory that we have from the other chats, but also everything that we've discussed in this chat. So we're just going to get through these questions, get through this battle card, keep it separate in prep, and then we don't need a branded battle card. I'm going to say... all right, let's see. Separate one pager, battle card. Keep a separate one pager, live reference, warm up sheet, every battle. Sounds great. Let's get things set up in your recommendation with the separate one pager for prep and live reference and use it as a warm up sheet before every call. And then we won't risk showing our cards to investors. So now you guys are seeing me kind of working more at the speed that I'm normally working at when I'm not on stream, but I messed around a little bit. We're kind of cutting it close now in terms of our timeline. We got a little cocky, I will say. We got a little cocky. We did a little too much hemming and hawing, and now we're kind of on the clock here. So we're gonna pick it up for like the next 30 minutes to an hour. Okay, we got our battle card. All right, so to put back we need to actually get our deck finished, the export and file. Yeah, so all right, amazing. So we now have the PDF. I'm wondering what you think would be the best thing for us to do, because I know that we still need to actually get the deck finished into a presentable format and all of that stuff. There might be assets we need to create. I'm wondering what you think would be the best approach based on where we're at, how to get everything done. And also for context, I want to let you know, of course, we've got GPT Pro that we're working together, and you guys you've got the capability to create PowerPoints. We've also got Gamma app that creates PowerPoints, got a subscription there. And then we also have the Max Perplexity subscription, the $200 a month, and they can create documents, PowerPoint, presentations, all that. And then finally, thing that I haven't even mentioned, I've got our old deck that has, if you want to see how our current branding looks, but of course, the content in it isn't fully relevant, but we've got that as well. So I'm just throwing all this information at you, want to give you the full background of kind of just initial thoughts where we're at. But with all that, don't take any of the stuff that I'm saying as gospel. Let's really, like, now that you've got a little bit of that additional context with stuff, figure out the best next steps that we should be taking here to make sure that we get everything done in the best way possible. And I know later on in the stream, we're going to be diving into creating the data room and all that. So a lot of stuff. We're getting down to it. What should we do next? We do mega prompts every once in a while, as you can see. Imagine how long, you guys are about to see how much text this is. Imagine typing all this. We don't have time for that. We're too busy. Too busy winning with my worker. So this is what we're doing here. Also, Adrian, quick question for you. How is the stream quality? I'm getting a lot of notifications that there are frames being dropped, and I'm going to fix it later. I'm going to go in person to get new equipment. Yeah, Adrian. Hey, Adrian, did you get that mic on ChatGPT thing from me? Please say yes. That would make me so happy. If you learned that from me and I could have been that life-changing influence where you started using the mic on ChatGPT, man, that would be awesome. Guys, this button, for any of you guys in the chat or watching, I don't know where most of you guys are watching, but 32 of you. This dictate button. Let's go. Adrian said that he learned this tip from me, and guys, you guys will do it. And he said it's life-changing, and it was life-changing for me when I did it, and now it's going to be life-changing for all of you. Just chat with GPT or whatever you do. Just click this button, the dictate button, and then just talk it out. You know, you see how amazing the answers are from GPT. Even if you're rambling and all over the place, this is what it'll understand. You just get it out there like you're chatting with someone. Get it out there. You can hem and haw if you need to. Ideally, you try and get your thoughts organized, but life-changing. Okay. So let's see. I gave it the context. It's right. Story's built. The focus making it presentable, credible, investor ready. Based on where you are and the tools you've got, here's how I'd structure it. Story spine, locked in. Visual and design polish. Okay, so we've got the story down. Now we've got to do the visual and design polish, numbers and data room so it's credible, and then rehearse so it's smooth. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Adrian. So it seems like the quality is good, but sometimes it freezes. Also, guys, if you guys are watching and you're not subscribed, whatever platform you're on, make sure you subscribe. And let's say that you're subscribed on one channel, but maybe not on another. Every once in a while, sometimes we're live on one and not on the other. So make sure you subscribe on YouTube, Twitch, follow me on X, and then turn on the subscription and notifications on all those platforms, because guys, it is really like a crapshoot at times. Like Adrian, the last 5 Twitch streams that I've done, my Twitch just hasn't worked. Today was the first day where it's actually worked, where like people can see it in a while. Maybe not 5, maybe 4 times, but it has not been working. And so people have been able to watch on YouTube or these others, but if you're only subscribed on Twitch, might not work. So make sure you follow on at least Twitch and YouTube, at least. If you want to be safe, follow on X. I'm not going to push you guys to Trovo or Kick or those other platforms that we technically stream to, but yeah. The more platforms, definitely get on at least Twitch and at least YouTube. Okay, at least. Okay, so now we got the spine. All right, deck creation. Option A, build in GPT Pro. Me and you, we generate clean PowerPoint. It's best for speed and keeping things in-house. Design will be clean but minimal. Think Apple/Sequoia vibes, which is great. B, use Gamma. C, Perplexity. It's funny how it makes Perplexity Pro the bottom option. Weakness, less control over design, more docs than decks. Okay. All right. Populate with deck V1, cap table, financial projections, government stock, governance docs. All right, guys. This is a little bit of a look behind the curtain. We're going to give you guys some insider info for the rest of this. I mean, through the rest of the stream, you guys are going to be getting a lot of stuff that you can't really get anywhere else, and that is normally behind closed doors. I'm not even sure if I should be sharing everything that I'm planning on sharing, unless I change my mind. I don't think I'm going to change my mind. Everything that you guys are going to see, it's almost like Fort Knox. You know, it's like, let's say someone just dropped the key to Fort Knox. Now you can kind of take a little look inside. Not normally publicly accessible. We're going to make it publicly accessible today for you guys. So with that said, we're going to continue. Data room. You guys are going to see how to make a data room. This is important. Getting investor credibility. This is big. We need investor credibility. Maybe I'll put this stream in the data room. I'm going to say, look, if you really want to dive in, you can see the data room. You could see us make the data room. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just feeling good in this hoodie. Feeling good. Feeling like I can take over the world in this hoodie, honestly. Okay. Populate the deck governance, investor credibility. Okay, even if half is in progress, shows the structure signals mature. Okay, guys, we're mature over here. We're showing some maturity, okay? Assets we still need for the deck, logo, garden, customers, advisors, 3 to 4 logo, market visuals. Okay. Okay, here we go. Recommended next step. Either we polish slides here or pass into Gamma. By the end of the day, you'll have, do you want me to go ahead and generate the, so you've got a working version. You can immediately drop into Gamma or share with investors. Okay, let's see what it creates. I'm actually very curious how well GPT-5 is going to put this together. So that sounds like a great plan. I think that we should do that. Let's do it. Also, I forgot to mention that we have Perplexity Labs, and this actually gives us the ability to end the max mode on Perplexity Labs. So get more complete documents and everything than normal. So wanted to let you know that, and just so we can do a side-by-side comparison in terms of Gamma, Perplexity Labs, and here, could you give the full like outline prompts, every little bit that we created earlier into that we could give into a prompt into Perplexity Labs? So maybe if you want to give the full prompt as well, and then generate the Apple PowerPoint deck draft now that we're working on, we'll do that. And then I can also use that prompt that you create fully for both Perplexity and Gamma. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think we should be approaching it differently, or does that sound good to you? All right. Damn. It's looking good. Looking good. Then I will log into Gamma and these others. I mean, look at this. Look at this beautiful deck that we just created. All right. So just so you guys, I'm going to show you guys exactly how we're doing this. No secrets here. So we've got the pro version. So we're going labs. I'm going to paste that prompt. And then, yeah, there we go. So Perplexity Labs is going. And then we're going to also put Gamma. If you guys haven't used this, pretty solid. We're going to go generate notes. We're using the AI version. I was doing this on the other page, but 3 dashes between each section. So I'm just going to give a screenshot here and then just tell ChatGPT to regenerate it with this. Optional card by card. We need the 3 dashes. It's literally because I'm too lazy to put the 3 dashes on every one. So I'm going to say sounds great. We have Perplexity Labs going, creating the deck off that off of what you just shared. I also, before posting it into Gamma, it looks like there's some custom instructions on the right in order to properly separate slide by slide. And so could you just look at these instructions, follow them for our deck, and paste the prompt, like update the prompt properly so it creates the final output correctly based on how it works in Gamma on these settings. Thank you so much. Once we get that finished, then we can have you move on to the next step to have you create the Apple style deck as well. Okay, guys. So I'm not sure if what I'm doing right now makes sense. I'll explain it one more time. It came up with the prompt, but in Gamma, there's this section here, optional if we want card by card. And I've used Gamma before, so you're getting a little bit of a veteran Gamma insight here. But in order to really have our deck work properly, okay, now it's creating it here. So it separated it, putting this in, tossing this into Gamma, gonna paste, and then, yeah, it looks like it put it in properly. So continue to prompt editor, and then it split it into the cards, 12 cards, perfect. And then honestly, we'll just say generate. I'm not going to give it any other instructions. I'm actually really curious to see what it generates. Okay, so we got this one being created. Seems kind of wordy. All right, we're gonna create another deck. There's too much going on here. Too much text. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go I'm going to do another gamma app. We're going to create new, basically do the exact same thing. And then we're going to do concise or minimal. I'm going to do that. And you know, maybe we just do one more. We might as well. We're going to do 3. We're going to do one of each. And then we'll get ChatGPT started as well. So I'm going to say, perfect. Thank you so much. I've got Gamma and Perplexity both creating versions of the deck. Now, could you generate the final deck as well? Thank you so much. All right, and now we're going to get Gamma building the 3rd deck. So we're going to have 3, 4. We're going to have 5 decks, 5 versions of the deck. So not only, guys, we go above and beyond here. We're not doing 1, 2, 3 decks. We're doing 5 decks, okay? 5. Cinco. So we did detailed, we did one minimal. Now we're going to do this one concise. Let's see how it goes. So this is the concise, this is minimal, this is detailed. So I'll just put the detailed one. So it's in order. Minimal, medium, detailed. Yeah. Detailed looks a little, I mean, we would need to put real screenshots in. Let's check out some different themes. All right. Let's check out some of the standard themes. Which one comes across as like, all right, I'm messing around too much. This really doesn't matter. So let's check perplexity. Oh, wait, whoops. All right, perplexity's going to town. 12 minutes left for perplexity. All right, ChatGPT just cranked this deck out. So let's see how ChatGPT did. Okay, this is, wow. You know, very, very minimalist. Very, very, very minimal. I mean, literally as minimalist as you can have it. I mean, kind of funny though. If this was the deck, I kind of just want to send this as a deck. Be like, all right. Okay, no design. We're not using ChatGPT's deck for fairly obvious. Oh, wait, visual polish. Okay. Yes, that would be great if you could give the visual polish layer guide for sure. You want to know what might actually be interesting? Thank you so much. I don't know why I added that. Sometimes I feel like you got to be nice. When you're nice, sometimes you get better answers. If someone was just bossing you around, would you want to help? Okay. All right, let's see. I mean, this This is the medium amount of text. Still seems like a lot. Let's see the minimalist deck. Even this still seems like a lot of text. God, these slides are so, oh my God. Okay, we're gonna need an actual designer. This is atrocious. All right, let's see what Perplexity can do. Hey guys, it's me. Okay, just to show you guys how much more beautiful, I actually built, I mean, I didn't build it, but this just looks so much better. Let me resize this. Or actually, I'm gonna go one more so it fits on the. Yeah, this is the current design and deck. Realistically, it just makes it look so much better when you have a professional looking deck. So we might just need to have the designers do it on this. The one other option, guys, this would be sweet if this actually worked. Well, let's first see this. Split screen, left founder, small team. Guys, we're going to try something. It might be a stupid idea, but it might be a genius idea. So, we're going to see what we can do here. I'm going to say, I have a wild idea that I want to run by you. So the idea is, what if we build every single slide using Sora's image generator, and we just generate slide by slide? With that said, we would need to find and create the final prompt that would properly capture all of the content that we want to put on the slide, along with the actual visual that's going to be generated by Sora. So with that in mind, could you figure out the best way that we might be able to leverage Sora to create every slide individually for the pitch deck, and what the best approach would be for us to actually bring this to fruition? I think it's possible. I think we can do it. With this polisher sample visual style. Or actually, before I do that, I'm going to let it do the rest of the work on putting together the visual storyboard. Yes, that sounds like a great idea. Thank you. Let's do it. Oh, Adrian, sorry. Guys, I was so in the zone that I was forgetting about the chat here. So Adrian, what kind of tools do you usually use? Realistically, I use so much of ChatGPT. I've been using more of Sora AI's, or more of Sora, which is part of ChatGPT's Pro plan, image generation, unlimited image generation. I'll actually pull this up here. So, and actually, I'm going to save this before I forget. Download. Oh, it already exists. Okay, I don't even need to do that. So we're going to go to Sora. So you guys can see, it's the image generation tool. This is what I'm thinking about using. We might use this to create our deck, guys, which would be pretty wild. Slide by slide design. Yes, that sounds like a great idea. Thank you. Let's do it. And then after it creates this, I'm going to put in that idea that I tossed out there. So this is what I voice prompted, the wild idea I want to run by you. Let's just see what it says at the bottom. Okay, this checklist. All right. This would be awesome. This could change the game, guys. If this works using Sora for cinematic level image generation for the pitch deck, ooh, then this would go from the ugliest pitch deck to the sexiest pitch deck of all time. Slide by slide, problem, small Sparta, founder. Okay, so this is the workflow it's coming up with. Define a style Bible. Minimalist, futuristic, what background? Cinematic, sci-fi, future. Straight future of work. My recommend minimalist, cinematic, realism. Style, cinematic, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Examples by slide. Drop into the, okay. Overlay, minimal text. And that sounds like a great idea. I love the approach. Let's do it. Oh, okay. So this is having us put the all right, rather than me going back and forth, just guessing how it is, drop to the PowerPoint we built, overlay the text in SF Pro. Same accent colors, a lot of white space. I'm gonna ask this sounds like a great approach. I'm almost wondering if we could give the prompts the actual text that we want to have. And so it's actually creating the final slides on each of the images. What do you think of that approach? That's a good point. Those are great points. I like your thinking. Let's go with the approach that you think is best and get the final prompts generated. All right, guys. We are going to start generating these images. And it's going to be awesome. Okay. Oh, crap. I just realized that I did it on, I need to do it on landscape. Okay. Well, so strategy, generate all slides in 16 by 19. Realistically, what we could do, I mean, these decks just look so bad. Like the design. Like, look at this. Oh, I wonder if we can upload a theme? Now isn't. Oh my god. All right. Oh, edit all cards with AI? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Actually, I'm going to try something real quick. I'm going to say, um, ask AI to um, remove all. Actually, remove all images from the uh, presentation. Okay. We're going to try something out. Let's see how our Sora image generation is. Oh, that is kind of scary. I think I just need to. Okay. We're going to have to come up with different. This is where the. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Guys, this is us trying to be a designer. So I'm going to take some screenshots. Sounds good. Yes, let's try and come up with the final prompts that we're going to use. As a quick heads up, I'm going to attach some screenshots here so you can see how the last deck looked and just so you can see the general branding of my worker as of today. And then with that in mind, we can come up with the final approach for the images and then the prompts that we're going to use. But yeah, just attaching a couple screenshots to give you a reference. Watch, the thing that's going to take the most time for us is just going to be designing this deck. It is what it is, you know? It is what it is. Okay, I'm actually just going to move this to a different screen so I don't have to keep going back and forth here. Okay. Also, as a quick reminder, these are just to give you an idea of a little bit about the branding before we start generating the images in Sora. For the deck we created, you can ignore the actual content on these screenshots. It's old and not relevant. Okay. The design process. Okay, these next prompts are going to be better. Yes, that sounds like a great approach. Let's do it. All right, we're getting the final prompts ready. The images that were created on the last go around were honestly not perfect, but we'll see how these go. And realistically, if these aren't good, no harm, no foul, because it took like 10 minutes to test this theory out. And 10 minutes to save the money and get potentially a better result and go faster. It's worth the experiment. All right, so we've got the first 5 images being created in Sora. And then let's see how this wiped it. Okay. Done. I've removed the images from your presentation while preserving all the text. Okay, nice. Unlock your potential sales. Keep editing. Continue. We'll edit based on the selected variation above. And honestly, it might just be easiest to do a fresh. Oh my God. Or let's see how Perplexity Labs is doing. Maybe Perplexity Labs did a good job. Low key, I feel like Perplexity did the best job. Dang, it's so crazy that there's so many AI's gotten so good, yet this section of it is just kind of struggling. I'm gonna upload the old deck. And oh, these are actually kind of cool. Pull this over so you guys can see what I'm seeing. So slide 1 is this. Slide 2, slide 3, slide 4. The heck? Slide 5. I mean, I'm not a designer, but these just don't feel like they're that great. Download code. All right. Also, guys, I actually, I'm not going to get distracted. Got to get this figured out. We're taking a different approach. Sora's approach is not the best. So we're going to say next. Oh, wow. Okay. Freeform. What just happened here? Markdown. Dense, detailed, imported. So you shrink or scale. It's so weird that the best approach to do this is literally just having someone go into Figma and putting all of this stuff into Figma. All right, right now it is 3 p.m. Let's see how we're doing on our timeline. By 3 p.m. All right, 3 p.m. we're supposed to be on the data room. So the design piece definitely took up longer than expected. So we might have to I'm gonna hit the restroom, give this a think, and then think of the best way to do this. It's taken a little longer than expected on this design portion. We'll get through it though. All right, guys. I have an idea. Might not be the best idea, but it's an idea. Right now, how far are we into this stream? We're 5.5 hours into this stream. 5.5. It seems like what would actually be the best next steps here is we're still uploading the other stream from the other day, and there's a lot that needs to be uploaded here. And I also need to I also need to get the new equipment for the streaming service. So just so everything runs smoothly, no dropped frames. We want you guys to have the best experience. So because of all of those things and just the fact that we're going to need to go and actually get this thing designed properly, I'm leaning towards just ending this stream and then getting the other streaming stuff ready, and then hopping back on later to get the rest of this stuff done. It's unfortunate. It's not what I wanted to do, but what I will say, we're gonna end this on a high. Okay, we basically from nothing built an entire deck out. Amazing story. This is gonna land. I'm telling you. People once they hear this pitch, they're gonna be thinking, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa." My worker is the company to back, company to be with. And I appreciate there are 34 of you guys on right now, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys, no matter where you're coming in from, for joining, co-working, watching us build this. And if you are a business owner looking to scale sales, hit me up. We can get you using the product, trying it out. If you're an investor, this is actually why we're doing this, is to speak to the right investors and make sure that we have all the material ready. We're still going to try our best to hit this goal, but realistically, to set expectations, it looks like we're going to be aiming to get all of this stuff done by 10 p.m. It's looking slim at this point. If I'm being real, it's looking a little slim, but we are going to continue later tonight. We're going to continue tomorrow. I also need to hit the gym today, so I'm going to hit the gym. And I didn't really plan that in when I set this very ambitious goal of finishing the data room by 10. But we've got the outline of the deck, and realistically, we made a ton of progress today. So this is good. We're going to keep it going later for sure, but we're going to end this stream. So thank you guys. Catch you later. And until next time.